Jr. for the Raceway. Okay. Got it better now? Okay. Does it sound good? All right. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. So I just talk about them? Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Sounds good. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thoroughbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
A pleasant Tuesday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District here in London, Ontario. Nice night for harness racing with 11 races coming your way. We'll be playing under fast track conditions. Clear evening, not much wind to speak of, coming out of the west at just 6 kilometers an hour. Temperature plus 2 degrees Celsius, 37 Fahrenheit. Nice night for racing. We have a lot in the way of program changes for you this evening, so we're going to run through those now. First race post time tonight at 5:50. In race 1, equipment change for number 1, Chiso Pretty. Chiso Pretty goes blind to blinkers. Number 4, Sweetest Hustle, driver change is to Paul McKenzie. Paul McKenzie takes over on the 4. No Tyler Borth this evening. Tyler Borth off of his drives tonight. Daryl Thiessen takes over on 7, Black Creek Rosebud in that first race. And also in race 1, number 8, Pink Monster. The shoeing change behind goes from aluminum to a set of steel shoes. Race number 1 is the start of the $7,500 guaranteed pool pick 5 wager. In race 2, host of changes in that second race as well. Number 1, Twin Bee Fearless. Bridle change goes from open to a blind bridle, and we'll be adding a screen. Added chart line for Backstreet Boogie. Backstreet Boogie, your post 2 starter, did race here on that December 13th program. From post 3, finished second, beaten 4.5, timed at 2:01.1. Driver was Nick Stewart. Driver change in that second race. Austin Sorey also off of his drives this evening. No Austin Sorey tonight. Sam Filion takes over on the 4, Kincaid Sealster. Number 5, Love Triangle. Bridle change goes from a blind bridle to race in a set of blinkers. An added line as well for your post 8 starter, Resuscitate, also started on that December 13th program. Started from post 2, finished 7th, beaten 11 lengths. And the driver on that occasion was Rob Doyle, individually charted 2:02 and 3. Gets a bridle change tonight as well. We'll be going from blind bridle to race in a set of blinkers, and will be driven tonight by Garrett Rooney. Garrett Rooney takes over the drive on Resuscitate, who has that added chart line. In the third race, the driver change is now in for number 4, Soundbite Hanover. We'll get that graphic updated, but we can tell you that driver change is now in. It's going to be Andy Moore. Andy Moore driving the 4, Soundbite Hanover in the third. In the fourth race, race number 4, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just going to correct, that was a typo. Race number 4, there is no driver change in that 4th race. So disregard the change on the graphic there on Petro Angel in that 4th race. No driver change there. And again, reminding you in the 3rd that Andy Moore is the driver change for number 4, Soundbite Hanover. Turning now to race number 5, Super High 5 wager. Number 5, Scarlet Dragon, make the driver Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan takes over the drive of 5, Scarlet Dragon. Added line for 7, Play Like Carrera, started as well December 13th here in London. Post 6 start, finishing 3rd by 3/4 of a length, individually timed in 2:02. In the 5th race, 8 Diamonds Are Twined gets a bridle change, has the blinkers removed. Blinkers to an open bridle for 8 Diamonds Are Twined. In race 6, driver change on 3, Kilmartin Commander, make it Rob Doyle. Rob Doyle on 3, Kilmartin Commander in the 6th. Race 7 will start the late pick 5 wager, $5,000 guaranteed pool. 2 driver changes there. Travis Henry on the 1, Saul's Good. And it's going to be Jason Ryan with the drive on 7, Lucky Rascal. In the 8th race, start of the late pick 4, $5,000 guaranteed pool. Driver change on 3, April Duford, make it Rob Doyle. Rob Doyle on 3, April Duford. And driver change is now finalized for number 8, Rap and a Hooey. That driver is going to be Andy Moore. 8th race, it's going to be Andy Moore now on the 8, Rap and a Hooey. Again, we'll update that graphic for you shortly. In race number 9, start of the late pick 3 wager. Awaiting a driver for 6, Night Terror. Still awaiting a driver for 6, Night Terror in the 9th. And we'll pass that along as soon as we have it. Race 10, start of the late double. Number 1, Drew the Dragon. Driver changes to Garrett Rooney. Garrett Rooney on the 1. That one gets a shoeing change behind as well. Goes from aluminum to steel shoes behind. And in the 11th and final, Super High 5 finale, number 4, Homie Joe. Bridle change goes from a blind bridle to race in a set of blinkers. So that is it in the way of program changes tonight. Plenty of them. We'll give you a little bit of time to digest those and formulate your wagering selections. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll check in with our Tuesday night analyst, Robert Reed Jr., coming up next.
There are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
51 and 3.
There we go. Let's get the microphone on. The new guys in town tonight, filling in, pinch hitting for Shannon Sugar Doyle. Greg Blanchard, great to have you with us here tonight as we get set for an excellent-looking 11 race program here tonight at the Raceway. And for a change, we're playing under really nice weather conditions. The temperature just above the freezing mark. No rain, no snow finally, and excellent track conditions for tonight's 11 race program as well. Plenty of changes that we ran through, and they'll certainly impact tonight's race program as we bring in our racing analyst tonight, Rob Reed Jr. Robert, great to have you back on board, and we haven't worked together in a while, but it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
Oh, it definitely will be. I love Tuesday nights here, Greg, and we've got a lot of experience, right, working together here at the Raceway and on Costa TV, so looking forward to it. All righty, let's kind of dive into some ticket ideas here quickly, Robert, as we get set to go with all of those program changes. Took a while to get through, and they're certainly going to impact things. So walk us through your ticket here and tell us how maybe some of those key driver changes could impact it.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Well, for me, I'm going to finish off with a single, Greg. I always try
to have a single in the pick 5 sequence. I'm going to go 3-7 here in the opening dash. She plays for keeps, been racing so well as of late, 2 wins in a row. But Black Creek Rosebud, I mean, you get Daryl Thiessen aboard now tonight. I have no problem with that at all. I love the way he drives. He likes to get horses forwardly placed. He's got experience in this horse as well in the past, so I'm going to also use that one on my ticket. 1, 3, 5, and 6 in the second race. Slick and Sporty gets serious class relief. Looks like the clear one to beat, but I think that there's some opportunities to maybe get him beat as a short price horse in there. So we're going to go 4 deep with the 1, 3, 5, and 6. Race number 3, the 1, 2, and 4, mostly Dally, rail control. She's got a lugging her nose back on gate. Velocity impetus with, for the Lord House and Jason Libby combination. Love her chance as well. And Soundbite Hanover, all kinds of speed from post 4. Just the 1 and 4 in race number 4. Almost singled the 4 Petro Angel. I think that's, getting reunited with Garrett Rooney was a good second with him 2 back, and getting back down in class can really help her chances. She probably goes off as a short price in there. Going to also use the 1 working around Broadway. Always love this horse. Rail control might wake him up to a better effort. And then the money leg, just the 5 Scarlet Dragon. For me, it's just a situational play. I called her my spot play tonight. People usually think that's reserved for a bigger price horse. For me, it's just a horse that finds the right spot. If she is going to find the right spot, it's this one. If not tonight, then win for Scarlet Dragon. I think she wins, though, and wins in a convincing fashion.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Much appreciated. Listen, we'll give you a second or two here for post-parade, and then we'll come back and check in with you for race number 1 with a little more insight into the opener tonight, which, again, will be the opening leg in that $7,500 guaranteed pick 5 pool. Horses and drivers just exiting the paddock. Post-parade coming up next. Here's the field for the opener. Number 1, She's So Pretty. Mark and Mardell Adams, Robert Emmons, and Ron Ferris. The owners, driver Sam Filion. Time to Imagine. Number 2, Scott Ray at the lines for Kevin Jarvis. Garrett Rooney driving 3. She plays for keeps for Michael and Shea Sumner. The 4, Sweetest Hustle. Paul McKenzie picks up the drive for Darryl Curry. Eyes on the Prize. Number 5, Nat Day, doing the driving for Tanya Lawson. 6, Blossom on the Beach. Cam McQueen owns and trains. Travis Henry drives. 7, Black Creek Rosebud. Chris Haskell, Tanner Glanville, Ken Colhoun, and Ben Rathwell, the owners. Daryl Thiessen picking up the drive. And completing the field is Pink Monster, number 8, Nathan Bain and Gary Bickford, the owners, the driver Lauren House. Good-looking field of 8 to kick-start the Tuesday night program opening leg of that $7,500 guaranteed pool pick 5 wager. And heavily favorite number 3, She Plays for Keeps. We'll bring in Robert Reed Jr. again. Mare here that's looking to extend the current win streak to 3. Rob, you've also included Black Creek Rosebud in your pick 5 play. Post 7, but getting plenty of attention here at odds of 5-1. Let's just talk quickly about weather conditions, Rob. We've had everything thrown at us early on this season, and that's winter racing in this part of Ontario. But tonight we get to play on in really nice conditions, perfect temperature, and the track is excellent. And I know that's something handicappers love to see.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously sometimes, you get the adverse conditions, you might see some bigger payouts, but everyone likes to see races that kind of run true to form and ones where you have kind of a fair shot added on a fast surface. So absolutely fantastic this time of year that we've got these kind of racing conditions.
And I think, I wanted to comment a little bit on the depth of the driver colony here currently because, you've got a night like tonight where You had Tyler Borth in with a full lineup. Austin Sorey, he's really been on a tear this season. With those two not here tonight, opportunity opens up for others. But still, you look down the lineup tonight, and plenty of capable drivers that really get some good live drives tonight.
Yeah, well, I had such a great time, Greg, 1 week ago on the Holiday Drivers Challenge broadcast, and I was talking to Bob McClure, and we talked about how tough the driving colony is at Western Fair. Of course, he dominated it before making that move to Woodbine, and now Tyler Borth's done the same, and he agreed that it's a proving ground, right? It is such a tough drivers colony here at the Raceway. There's no gifts given out there, as Sugar always says, they race here at the Raceway, and it's really refreshing to see in the sport of harness racing such a competitive group that really goes to war every night. Certainly camaraderie in the paddock, but on the racetrack it's all business.
Yeah, and you mentioned Bob. He at one time was the dominant guy here for a couple of seasons before making the move to the big track. Tyler Borth kind of followed the same scenario. He was certainly a regular here and one of the top drivers, but things really clicked for him in the last few seasons. Trevor Henry prior to that, Doug McNair, even going back to the days of Donnie McElroy. So, like most venues, you had your one or two sort of kingpins, but when they exited and made the move down the highway to Mohawk, plenty of others capable of stepping up into that spot. But I think the depth overall right now in the driver colony here is as deep, or maybe deeper than I've ever seen it. Has there been a new face this fall that's kind of emerged that's maybe surprised you a little bit?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I look at it, and for me, Sam Filion, someone who I think he hadn't really driven here on a regular basis in the past. We've seen him from time to time. I think he's certainly made an impact. I mean, for me, it's someone who's been here a long time but really emerged. Now, Garrett Rooney's had a tremendous season, and there's that man right there, Daryl Thiessen on the 7 Black Creek Rosebud, who always overcomes adversity to come back and be one of the best guys at the B tracks in Ontario. Could certainly also hold his own on the big track. Travis Henry, I mean, I get to see a lot of him at Grand River and here at the Raceway. When he's on his game, it's hard to find someone better, right? He wins in bunches. So really, I could go through the whole roster tonight, Greg, and really talk about them. Lauren House winning that Holiday Driver Challenge. I mean, what an amazing story, right? For someone, a veteran in the game like him, first time in one, and he goes out and takes it down, winning, going on a tear in the middle of a card. So I really think it's a deep group here. And that's why the racing is so competitive here, and that's why we have so many fans that wouldn't miss any night of racing here at the Raceway.
Well said. All right, and we are getting ready to go with the first of 11 on this Tuesday night. We welcome you to the Raceway, London, Ontario. Field of 8 lining up for tonight's first. We're on the pace, fillies and mares. She's So Pretty, Time to Imagine. She plays for keeps, Sweetest Hustle. Eyes on the Prize, Blossom on the Beach, Black Creek Rosebud from the outside post, and from the trailing tier, Pink Monster. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off, trying to jet from the far outside. Are both Black Creek Rosebud and Blossom on the Beach, closer to the inside. Time to Imagine, and she plays for keeps into the mix as well. She plays for keeps, trying for the lead, but Time to Imagine is going to drive on at the inside, and will put She Plays for Keeps back into the pocket, settling away third after an eighth of a mile is Blossom on the Beach, and emerging in fourth, Black Creek Rosebud. Fifth away, She's So Pretty, as they arrive at that opening quarter. And they're by that marker in 28 and 4. Then back there traveling in sixth position is Sweetest Hustle. The trailing pair are Pink Monster and Eyes on the Prize. Can see them all from an eighth in single file alignment as they swing off the turn. It's Time to Imagine. A long shot here showing the way as they approach the half-mile pole. She Plays for Keeps is in the pocket, back out and driving from third. There goes Blossom on the Beach with a half-mile remaining. Picking up that cover, Black Creek Rosebud. Saving ground and moving through now in the top 5, Sweetest Hustle. Third out into the flow, not that far off the lead, She's So Pretty. Half mile in 59 seconds. They spin onto the backstretch for time 2. Time to Imagine. Still going well up front. The lead is a half a length outside and pressing. Blossom on the Beach getting towed up into a perfect second over spot. Black Creek Rosebud, she plays for keeps, is searching for some racing room there along the inside. 3/4, 129 flat. Midway on the turn. Time to Imagine holding a narrow lead. Blossom on the Beach now right up alongside second. She plays for keeps, desperate for some racing room on the inside, and now wheeling off cover. Here comes Black Creek Rosebud. They're in deep stretch. She plays for keeps, trying to find the seam and punch through at the line. Time to Imagine and Blossom on the Beach. Blossom on the Beach may have gotten there. It was tight for second, third, and fourth. 2 minutes and 1/5 in the opener. And back to the winner's enclosure here at the Raceway. Number 6, Blossom on the Beach, your first race winner. 8-year-old bay daughter of Sunshine Beach from the Jeremy's Jet mare Katie's Jet. Cam McQueen of London owns and trains Travis Henry in the driver's seat for the victory. Clicking at 4-1 here in the opener, it's Blossom on the Beach with win number 16 on the season, 31st lifetime. 2 minutes and 1/5. 1080 the win ticket return. Winning exacta paid $120.10. Dollar trifecta $141.35. Superfecta for $1, $795.45. Up next, race 2. One Twin Bee Fearless goes from open to a blind bridle and adds a screen. Number 4 Kincaid Sealster, drivers Sam Fillion. 5 Love Triangle goes from a blind bridle to blinkers. And 8 Resuscitate, driver change to Garrett Rooney, gets a bridle change as well from blind to blinkers. Race 2 will start the early pick for $7,500 guaranteed pool. 6 minutes to post.
I just Greg jumping in or just me? Okay, perfect.
And an upset in the opener after a gutsy effort from number 6 Blossom on the Beach. Certainly going to be a knockout in that early pick 5 wager. But hats off to the two. Time to Imagine as well. Big price, went a long way on the engine, fought hard to the wire. And kept the favorite locked in behind them for a long way. So, Time to Imagine, big effort in defeat, but a real nice race to start off the card with a nice price winner in the 6 Blossom on the Beach. Moving on now to race number 2. It's going to start off our guaranteed pick 4 with a pool of $7,500 guaranteed, low takeout 15%. And for me, I don't stray too far from my pick 5 numbers. I'm going to stick with the same numbers I used in the pick 5, and that's the 1, 3, 5, and 6 here. The 4, oddly enough, Kincaid Seals are taking all the support right now. It's 3 to 5 on the board, odds on choice currently. I went to the 1, 3, 5, and 6, and I actually thought that the 3, Slick and Sporty, would take a lot of support here on the big drop in class, where one like Kincaid Sealster comes right back at the same level. It is actually double entered for Friday here at the Raceway as well, so that's something to keep in mind for the 4, Kincaid Sealster. Race number 3, the 1, 2, and 4. Now, this is a real deep winners over claimers with an $8,000 price tag. I went to the 1, 2, and 4. I've been chasing Maryland, so if she wins, it would be a big Robert off angle for her. But I think it's a real nice field overall. But I do think the 1, 2, and 4 have the edge over the rest of them. And I give, the top choice honors to the 2, Velocity Impetus, who I thought's been racing really well for the combination of Lauren House and Jason Libby. Race number 4, the 1 and 4. Now, I almost singled the 4 Petro Angel. I'll likely will single her on some press tickets because this is a great spot for her. She raced fantastic up in the top condition class last time out. She drops back down to numbers of 3,000 last 3, where she's been racing competitive against tougher horses. You get Garrett Rooney back in the bike, and for a barn that's been really doing great things all season, Daryl Laver. I think that you've got to really respect her chances. But the one working on Broadway, it's a horse I'm always kind of fond of. Gets that rail control. Maybe he wakes up to a better effort. I think he's worth using and could potentially upset at a big number in race number 4. Race 5, just the 5, Scarlet Dragon. And I labeled her as a spot play tonight. For me, it's not a horse that I think is going to be a pricer or anything like that. It's a horse that I think has found the right spot. And I think for her, she's done exactly that. And she picks up Jason Ryan in the sulky. And she's one that doesn't have a lot of gate speed. She'll likely be coming from just off the pace or off the pace, but this looks like the right kind of group for her to come out on top against. Just 1 for 13 this year, but I think she notched her second victory of the season here in the middle of December. And a relatively inexpensive ticket, right? We're looking at a ticket of just $4.80 for a 20-cent wager. Again, all hangs in the balance of how the 5, Scarlet Dragon, does in that money leg race number 5. But just a minute or so till the horse will be coming out onto the track for race number 2. We'll come back after the post break, take a close look at the race with track announcer Greg Blanchard.
Here's the field for race number 2. On the pace as we start tonight's early pick 4 wager. Number 1, Twin Bee Fearless. Gary McDonald owns. Paul McKenzie drives. Number 2, Backstreet Boogie. Nat Day in the bike for Doug Curry. Rob Doyle driving. Number 3, Slick and Sporty for Tom Bain. The 4, Kincaid Sealster. Mark Lasso, the owner. Driver, Sam Filion. 5, Love Triangle. Daryl Thiessen in the bike for Doug Hastings and Brian Daly. Their 6, Southern Flight. Travis Henry in the bike for Cecilia Richardson. Number 7 is Sin Buster 6, Lauren House driving for Ronnie McLean. And the 8 is Resuscitate, Garrett Rooney driving for Joyce and Doug Hastings. Full field of 8 here as we get ready to start the early pick 4. Again, playing into a $7,500 guaranteed pool, low 15% takeout wager. Pretty wide open affair, I would say, in here as we check in with Rob once again. Now, in here, you really like Slick and Sporty, so you have to like the price at 9-1 and have to be a little bit surprised to see others taking so much tote support.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he would take more action just because of the drop down in class. I mean, he's been racing in Winners Over against Winners Over Company, right? Because he's got that win 4 starts to go at Leamington. For me, though, Greg, I thought this race was kind of a wide open as well. It was going 4 deep in the pick 5 and went 4 deep in the pick 4. But I gave the edge to Slick and Sporty, and I personally don't think anyone should be 3-2 in here because I do think, like you said, it's a wide open affair. I mean, you've got a lot of horses that right now are kind of off form or down in their luck, and these are the races that sometimes produce the big prices. And that's why, I'm kind of happy that Slick and Sporty is that kind of a number right now at 8-1, because I don't ever want to be on a short price horse in a race where I'm going to go 4 deep, and use half the field.
Yeah, and you're right. These horses aren't on their best form right now, and thus they're in this conditioned claiming event for non-winners of $23.50 in the last 5. And what you generally get here is a very competitive field. It's just hard to know definitively which horse is going to step up with their best effort. And sometimes they can surprise you at this level, right? And, in here, I think you've got to just, I guess, take your stand on the horse that you think can win it if everything lines up right for them and demand a good price. And there's plenty of options here if you're shopping around for that better price.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even body language too. Like right now, I like the body language of Slick and Sporty. But if you see one on the track you like the looks of, it's kind of a spot where you're making a flyer at a big number, right? I mean, if you see a horse in the program here that you think has a decent chance and you're getting double digits, then I'd always kind of say you're better off playing one of those longer priced horses at a field like this, because we see these are the types of races where we see some strange things happen.
And we'll give Sugar Doyle a shout out tonight. I'm sure he's watching or tuning in tonight. And we gave him we're calling it a maintenance night off here, and we'll have a busy stretch coming up here at the Raceway. But one thing he's really known for, really good at, is picking the horses out just before the race goes, right? And it is a great vantage point up here, and you can catch a horse scoring out in person or with your own eyes that maybe those watching on simulcast miss, and he's deadly at picking those ones out, isn't he?
He's the best at it. I always say he's the king of the warm-ups. And his post-parade picks, I think, they hit at a bigger clip than anything I've ever seen in the sport. I'm being dead honest. Like he relays that information, I think, better than anyone in the entire sport. He's always keeping an eye out for it. And I think a lot of people, will say that they've made some pretty decent little scores when he gives a horse out that in real time that just scored down, that then goes out there and races to their pre-race appearance. So yeah, shout out to Sugar. He's the best at that. He knows that. I always tell him, make sure you give me your post-parade picks and those warm-ups, because like you said, he's deadly at it.
That's right. We need all the help we can get. So I can't promise I can do the same thing tonight, but if I see something that jumps out at me, I'll pass that along, and we'll see how that goes. But here we go for race number 2. It's your last chance to move in and wager if you're playing the early pick 4 tonight. Again, playing into that $7,500 guaranteed pool. Looks like we'll exceed that nicely here as the starting gate is in motion. Another field of 8 pacers taking up their positions. From the inside out, it's Twin Bee Fearless with Backstreet Boogie, then Slick and Sporty, Kincaid Sealster, Love Triangle, Southern Flight, Sinbuster 6 in post 7, and from the trailing post 8, Resuscitate. They're at the top of the stretch. They're approaching the start. And they're off. Slick and Sporty was chased away down the middle. Also out fast is Love Triangle into the mix as they stack up 4 wide through the first turn. Getting the worst of it was Southern Flight, and pushing through from the inside, Twin Bee Fearless wants to be up near the front, and Twin Bee Fearless and Paul McKenzie using the inside post advantage will lead to the backstretch. Bumpy gated in that opening 8th, and now trailing the field is Backstreet Boogie. They get into single file alignment, passing the opening quarter. Twin Bee Fearless has them stacked up through that opening quarter of 29 and 3. Pocket sitting now is Slick and Sporty. Back out and driving quickly from 4th, now 3rd. Southern Flight's going to keep that front end rolling. And on the back of that one comes Kincaid Sealster as they make the turn toward the halfway point. They're starting to pair up now as they move in front of us for the first time. Twin Bee Fearless on the inside maintains the lead, coming to call first over. That's Southern Flight, and on that one's back second over in a good spot, Kincaid Sealster. 4th inside, Slick and Sporty, followed at the inside by Love Triangle. Now getting underway toward the back of the field is Sinbuster 6. Saving ground inside of that one comes Resuscitate, and trailing the field, Backstreet Boogie. They were halfway home in a minute and 4/5, and the battle's on up front on the way to 3/4. Outside, Southern Flight with a neck in front, now half a length. Twin Bee Fearless under urging, trying to counter at the inside. Gapped on the cover. That's a Kincaid Sealster, bottled up in traffic, Slick and Sporty. And now getting to the outside 5th was Love Triangle, 3/4, 1:30 and 2. Grabbing the lead and opening up 2 at the top of the stretch, Southern Flight. And it's Southern Flight wheeling them into the stretch on an expanding 2-length lead. Southern Flight appears to be long gone. Southern Flight opening up 4 at the end, and it's going to be Southern Flight. Henry McQueen come right back with a sweep of the double. Dead tight for second. Kincaid Sealster against Love Triangle. Slick and Sporty was 4th in 2:02. Top 4 posted unofficially. It's a 6-4-5-3. Top 4 finish order. Returning into the winner's circle enclosure, second race winner number 6, Southern Flight. 10-year-old gelded son of Pan's Pacific Flight from the Arts Place mare Southwind Diana, owned by Cecilia Richardson of London. Cam McQueen with the early training double, driving double for Travis Henry. That combination again teaming up for a sweep of the early double tonight. This time Southern Flight 5-2 winner in the start of the early pick 4. $7.60 the win ticket return. Early double combination 6 and 6, returning 42.80. 6-4 exacta 25.60. The dollar trifecta 93.55. $1 superfecta worth 403.50. Coming up next, race 3. Back on the pace, number 4 Soundbite Hanover. Make the driver Andy Moore. Another full field of 8 coming up next with 9 minutes on the clock. There's a look at the complete finish order in race 2. Top down if you're marking 7, 5, 4, 2, 3, 1, 6, and 8 on the bottom. A reminder that in this upcoming third race, it's Andy Moore taking over the drive on the 4 Soundbite Hanover. Field of 8 getting set to go next. Less than 6 minutes on the clock. A reminder, we're currently operating on our 3-day-a-week racing schedule here at the Raceway for the balance of the 2024 season, Mondays, Tuesdays, Fridays at 5:50 p.m. And we've got another Trifecta Tuesday event coming up early in the new year. January 21st will be our next Trifecta Tuesday promotion. One of the best promotions anywhere in the City of London. A night out at the top of the fair dining room with live racing, the buffet dinner, get a Raceway wagering voucher, and a free play voucher from Gateway Casinos London downstairs as well. Seniors discount applies for the Trifecta Tuesday promotion. Third Tuesday of every month here at the Raceway, and the next one of those coming up on January 21st. A reminder, we're on our 3-day-a-week schedule, busy holiday schedule coming up here at the Raceway. We'll give you a look at that a little bit later on as well. And don't forget, Contest Jockey is back tonight. The popular Contest Jockey live Tuesday night promotion here at the Raceway. It's going to start tonight in race number 6. For your entry details and for your free entry, visit contestjockey.com. It's free to play along. Chance to win some cash prizes as part of our Tuesday night program. Popular contest, I believe we had a record number of over 400 entries last week here. So we've got some time to get your entry in for tonight if you want to play along, and a great night to be playing along here at the Raceway under ideal weather conditions tonight. Good looking 11 race program. We're now well underway. Third race coming up next, post parade shortly. There's a look at that holiday racing schedule here at the Raceway. Some special dates to note. Of course, the popular Boxing Day program takes place here on Thursday, December 26th, Boxing Day. An afternoon program, post time at 12:50, featuring the Boxing Day brunch at the top of the fair. You can visit topofthefair.ca for details on that and to make your reservations. And don't forget, we're racing on New Year's Eve as well. We've got a 6:30 post time on December 31st here, New Year's Eve. We'll be right back at it with the first Wednesday program of the new year on Wednesday, January the 1st at 5:50. And note, early in the new year, just one other note to mention, there will be no racing on the Monday, January 6th. Monday, January 6th, there will be no live racing here that evening. So keep that in mind as you look ahead at the holiday racing schedule. A busy couple of weeks coming up here at the Raceway. Horses and drivers stepping onto the track for race number 3, filly and mare claiming pacers. One is Mostly Dolly. George Robinson, the owner, the driver Garrett Rooney. Velocity Impetuous, number 2, Jason Libby and Timothy Flynn, the owners, driver Lauren House. Number 3, Marilyn. David Bain owns, Sam Filion drives. The 4 is Soundbite Hanover. Cassidy Schneider owns. Andy Moore picks up the drive. Number 5 is Credit Kauai. It's Nat Day in the driver's seat for Larry Lane. Number 6, Havarti 1. Ryan Stewart, the owner. Driver Paul McKenzie. 7 is Mini Million. Kim BX is the owner and the driver Rob Doyle. And number 8, Candescent Hanover, owned by Bert, Betty, and Michelle Sherman, along with Troy Cochran. It's Travis Henry in the driver's seat. And that's your field of 8 for race number 3, another conditioned claiming contest coming up here. And we'll see if Travis Henry, Robert, can make it a sweep of the first 3 races. He goes for the natural hat trick here on Candescent Hanover. Long shot, despite the win last time out, but this is a little bit of a tougher group in terms of the condition on this claiming event. Nonetheless, hard to discount a horse in improving form and a hot driver.
It's true. You know what? I've always kind of said that a horse off a win you never want to discount. And this horse isn't just off a win, off improving form, right? Beat it neck 2 back in second. Last time a winner here during that Drivers' Holiday Challenge. And Travis Henry, I said it at the start of the program, when he gets hot, he wins in bunches. And he takes down the first 2 dashes, both for trainer Cam McQueen. We'll look at his horses tonight too, right? He's certainly heating up in a big way. Both those horses ran fantastic, and both first over too. And that was something that Brad a friend of the program on X, has been preaching, that the first over trip here at the Raceway is one that's really been proving positive this meet.
Yeah, I think if you've got the right horse in it sets up at all. If there's any speed to chase up front, first over, really no problem here. And we talk about it a bit. I know you and Sugar talk quite often about, it's a half-mile track, but not every half-mile track is identical in terms of how the races play out. And here, we've talked about the fact that if you've got gate speed from the outside, you can get forwardly spotted here. And get off on the right foot. Conversely, there tends to be flow started, fairly early in the mile here. For the most part, they're out and going at 3/8, and you're right. Outside horses seem to be able to carry the speed a long way, which is nice to see that it levels the playing field, and horses can kind of win from anywhere on a night like tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, right? Ideal conditions. I think everything's in play, right? Every post in play and every trip is certainly in play. There's a horse there, the 2 Velocity Impetuous, who's a big price right now at 6-1. I mean, this is another. We talk about horses in good form. I know that she hasn't had a victory in her last 4, but she's been the runner-up and done so to some pretty nice horses. Furiosa, Southwind, Bayou last time out, and this one's loaded with early foot. And we know Lauren House likes to get forwardly placed on ones like this. So I think this is a real nice dash, Greg. I mean, a real deep field in that winner's over for $8,000 claimers. And the fresh faces to a class like this, like Candescent Hanover, sometimes get overlooked, but can also continue to raise their game to be right there with them.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point on Velocity Impetuous. If you're just taking a quick glance at the program, you might immediately look and say, this is maybe a horse that has seconditis and doesn't like to win. But if you look a little bit deeper, you're right. Here's one that's won 6 times this season. Tremendous on the board record, so always close, and has had some legitimate excuses for the last few and not getting there. So not your typical horse that's been the bridesmaid in each of the last 4.
No, and you know what? The thing that I really like about horses like this is when you see them throw an effort forth like that. That start from the trailing post, getting away 5th, and then coming at them late to get up for second. Second to star bets on that occasion, and against a softer group. But I love when one that typically you think of as a front ender or one that's got to be forwardly placed races against their typical racing style. I think that is a real indicator that they're sharp right now. And again, the competition she's been facing and getting beat by in those last 2, I think, have been really nice mares. So I sign me up for that 5-1 right now. I like value, and to me that's tremendous value.
And speaking of value, or well, I guess value is only relative if they've got a realistic chance to win. But a good price that jumps out at you. There's a few of them on here, but look at Credit Kawhi, for example, 13-1, and came from a long way back into a slowing final half, albeit. But Credit Kawhi's got gate speed too. Got the versatility and the ability with the best effort and the right trip scenario to get there at double digits. And there's a few like that in this race.
I agree wholeheartedly. The thing about Credit Kawhi, another one that you think immediately needs the front end, but she proved last time she doesn't necessarily need that. And if she ever does try to go down the road tonight, I mean, she might be able to set herself up for a nice trip. But either way, you're right. 13-1 is a nice number.
All right, good-looking group lining up here for race number 3, but the talk of the tote board remains Mostly Dolly. As they take up their positions, it is Mostly Dolly with Velocity Impetuous, Maryland, Soundbite Hanover, Credit Kawhi, Havarti 1, outside post 7 to Mini Million, and from the trailing post, Candescent Hanover. They're at the top of the stretch. Gate swings off the turn. Here they come. And they're off, and trying to leave from post 2 was Velocity Impetuous, but she got rough gated. And off stride goes Velocity Impetuous. So the rest of them around that one unscathed through the first turn, and it's going to be Mostly Dolly now coming away with the clear lead. Inside and traveling in second, that's Maryland as they straighten up to the quarter pole. Soundbite Hanover caught wide early and is going to come after the early leader, Mostly Dolly, as they tussle past that opening quarter in a quick 28-2. Just off the speed 4th, that's Candescent Hanover, and a break of about 5 lengths back to Credit Kawhi, traveling in 5th position. The 6th one is Havarti 1 off this hot early pace. Then in the backfield, second from last Mini Millions, and trailing after the miscue, Velocity Impetuous, and nothing settled up front. We've got a battle on that front end. Mostly Dolly under heavy pressure from the parked out Soundbite Hanover, who's right up alongside and looking that leader in the eye. Now slipping to the outside lane from 4th, there goes Candescent Hanover, suddenly in a good second over spot. The half 58-4. They spin onto the backstretch second time. Mostly Dolly on the inside. Soundbite Hanover on the outside's been issued the parking ticket, and they're still heads apart on the way to 3/4. Candescent Hanover biding time out there in 3rd position, inside 4th, and just waiting for racing room. That's Maryland getting involved there from the back of the pack. Mini Million. 3/4 put up by Mostly Dolly in 1:30. Got the middle half in 1:01 That could be crucial here. She maintains the lead with an 8 to go. Flipping off cover, Candescent Hanover. The pocket rocket, Maryland now out for the drive. It's Mostly Dolly digging deep. Maryland takes her shot late. Mostly Dolly and Maryland. Mostly Dolly, big effort. She earned it on the front end, holding off Maryland. Up for 3rd, Havarti 1, and 4th goes to Candescent Hanover. 2 minutes, 3/5. Here's the winner of the third race returning. It's number 1, Mostly Dolly. 8-year-old bay daughter of Dolly from the Abercrombie mare More Than Most, owned and trained by George Robinson of Windsor. Garrett Rooney in the driver's seat, guiding the mare to her 8th win this season, her 51st lifetime, approaching $250,000 now in career earnings. Mostly Dolly victorious tonight, 2 minutes and 3/5. Results are now official. Mostly Dolly, $3.10 for the win. 1-3 exacta paid $16.70. Dollar trifecta, $151.95. And the $1 superfecta, with the heavy favorite winning it, $1,296.35. 20-cent combination, just shy of $260. Coming up next, race number 4. Fourth race on the trot. No changes. Field of 7 coming up next with 9 minutes to post. Here is the complete finish order in race number 3, top down. There was a placing. Number 2, Velocity Impetuous, finished 7th, but was placed 8th. So the revised finish order from the top down should read 1, 8, 2, 6, 7, 3, 5, 4. Reminder, the 4th race coming up is on the trot, and there are no changes. Now 5 minutes on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another driver change just in over in race number 9. Race 9, number 6, Night Terror. That driver change now finalized. It will be Brett McDonald. That's race number 9. Brett McDonald now driving the 6. Night Terror. Horses and drivers stepping out of the paddock location. Post parade for race 4 coming up next. Introducing the trotters for race number 4. The one working it on Broadway. It's going to be Donnie Rankin doing the driving. He co-owns with Chris Hadrian. Chip Happened, number 2, Travis Henry in the bike for Jim and Jan McKegg. Number 3, Peter Crown, Steve Watson, the owner, the driver Sam Filion. Petro Angel, the 4, Garrett Rooney in the bike for Darrell Laver. Number 5 is Cellular. Pam Forgy and David Wilkinson share the ownership. Daryl Thiessen drives. Number 6 is Deanbo, owned by Dina D'Ambrosio and Dennis Morrissey. Andy Moore in the bike. And 7, BBC Sports Boy, Lauren House with the drive for Fank Chevalotti. That's your field of 7 trotters for the 4th race. Exacta Tri, Superfecta Wagering Daily Double. Also offered here, just a few minutes away from post time. Robert Reed, our first look at trotters tonight, and a nice group going to the post. A couple of new faces. Cellular, relatively new face here. A couple of starts. Hard to really get a good read on that one so far. Miscue early last time out. And then Deanbo, a winner last time at Hawthorne. So this is a new recruit for Dina and Dennis Morrissey here, and comes in with pretty nice credentials and nice recent lines from Hawthorne.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's kind of tough, like you said, to kind of figure out how you want to put this horse into your selections tonight. But the lines at Hawthorne are good. Was a winner last time out, and added money a wide margin, and in a pretty solid time as well. Off over a month in between starts, so you usually just kind of take a look first time over the surface here. But I do think he's an intriguing one in here, and one that I wouldn't leave off the bottom end of the truck.
All right, and Petro Angel, let's talk about this one. I think 2-1, a very, very fair price if she stays at that quality mare. I think what you have to respect about her is the workload that she's had in the last couple of years. She's in the box almost every week. 45 starts last year, 43 this year, and just seems to maintain her form week in and week out, and definitely, a real good fit at this level.
Oh, I think she's a great fit at this level. And you look at her last tries, in this class. They've come against tougher opponents, right? Coming fashion, the Great Reset. I mean, Cellular got the better of her, but that was 3 starts ago. And keep in mind, Petro Angel was first over in that effort. And I think she's probably been first over more than any horse I've ever seen in my life watching this sport. It's a trip that she gets very often. She usually does well with it. She hasn't been able to get the job done since the race in Leamington back in October, where she went all the way in the engine. But this looks like a great spot for her to get back in the win column. Very fond of her in here. Been fond of this horse and the barn. And I think Garrett Rooney back aboard, we're going to see her likely gets the winner's circle.
Talk about working on Broadway. You mentioned him earlier tonight in talking about your multi-leg plays. Maybe not in the best form we've seen from him in the last couple of years, but hey, he's got a nine trips to the winner's circle this year. And when he's good, it's his tactical speed that generally puts him into those winning trips.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he's a real handsome individual, too. You see him on the screen right now, big, muscular type. And the draw is perfect for him because you're right. When he's good, he gets put into play right off the gate. He usually plugs in for a trip, and he either can, come forward in the stretch or at least stick around for a big piece. And I've seen him do well against, tougher groups in the past, and he's maybe a little bit off form right now. That win 3 back I thought was a heart-building victory, but his last 2 obviously, hasn't been able to come forward since moving back up in class. But I think this will be a good spot for him to get a big piece of it, and that's why I decided to use him in the multis and also be using him underneath the exotics behind Petro Angel. At that price of 9-1, Greg, that can really spice those wagers up.
All right, a final thought here on if you get past Petro Angel here, pretty wide open group. Chip happened, great recovery after the rare miscue last time out, and even the veteran Peter Crown. That was a pretty confident win last time out. This is going to be a tougher assignment tonight, but his form's been good all season long.
Yeah, Peter Crown actually, to me, has really raised his game this season. Those wins have been, he's had some devastating wins. That one at 45-1, I mean, he crushed his competition on that occasion. I think he fits in well for a piece in here. Chip Happened is kind of the one that, I'm surprised that I'm, going against. But the reason why is that the class transition is just a difficult one. Right now, there's a 25,000 life to now there's a 3,000 last 5. So I think it's a big uptick. 9-5 is a little too short for me, but he might be able to go with these. But I think, you want to tread lightly at that price.
Last chance to move in and wager on race 4. Starting 8 underway. Field of 7 trotters taking up their positions. It's working it on Broadway with Chip Happened, Peter Crown, Petro Angel, Cellular, Dean Bro, and the outside post to BBC Sports Boy. They're at the top of the stretch. Field of 7 trotters approaching the start. And they're off and trotting, and a line of 4 leaving off the wings, working it on Broadway. From that inside position, forwardly placed, Peter Crown shows good early speed, and he's up on the outside and taking over command right at the 8th pole. Working it on Broadway, will back off for the pocket position, and traveling in 3rd early on here as they move up to the quarter pole. That's Chip Happened. A good beginning for that one. The 4th one away is a Cellular. Break of a couple back to Petro Angel, traveling 3rd from last. The back markers in the field are Dean Bow and BBC Sports Boy, trailing the field 7th and about 10 lengths off of the lead. Opening quarter in 29 seconds flat, and it's Peter Crown controlling the tempo here for Sam Fillion. Will lead up in front of the grandstand. Tight pocket sitter working it on Broadway. Now committing to go first up from 3rd. There's Chip Happened with just over a half mile to go. Latching onto that cover will be Cellular into the top 4. 3rd over now to Petro Angel. Ground saving will be the first timer here, Dean Bow, and still trailing the field, but not far off. That is BBC Sports Boy. We've got 3 in, 4 moving up on the outside. The half was in 59-4, and they straighten up toward 3/4, and Chip Happened now working his way to the front. Peter Crown trying to find some answers along the inside. Now rolling out 3 wide from the back of the pack. Petro Angel is within 2 lengths of the lead. Cellular's into the mix as well, and coming on in between trotters late, BBC Sports Boy with a wall in front of him. Three quarters, 129 and 3, and they're fanning out 4 wide in the drive home. That's Cellular now striking the front. Petro Angel giving chase late. Chip Happened gives way. Cellular and Petro Angel. Cellular gets it done from off the pace. Petro Angel was second best. Chip Happened third. BBC Sports Boy on for fourth in 2:01. Top four finishers posted unofficially. It's a 5-4-2-7 top four finish order. Returning to the winner's circle area, fourth race winner, number 5, Cellular. 6-year-old gelded son of Uncle Peter from the jailhouse Jesse Mare Fire in the Cell. Pam Forgy and David Wilkinson of Goddard share ownership. Pam is the winning trainer. Daryl Thiessen engineers the victory tonight for Cellular. An off-the-pace win is fourth of the campaign and 21st lifetime as he approaches the $200,000 mark in career earnings. Cellular scoring tonight in 2:01. $5.10 the win ticket return. The 5-4 exactor combination paid $10.90. Dollar trifecta $22.95. Superfecta for $1, $82.15. Race number 5's coming up. Wrapping up the early pick 5 wager. It's a super high 5 opportunity as well. Back on the pace here, Scarlet Dragon number 5 will be driven by Jason Ryan. And number 8, Diamonds or Twine, with a bridle change from blinkers to an open bridle. Field of 8 to go postward next. Less than 7 minutes on the clock. There's a look at the finish order from race 4. If you're marking from the top down, it should read 7, 3, 5, 2, 1, 6, and 4 on the bottom. Race 5's coming up. It's a Super High 5 opportunity. It's our early Super High 5 this evening, also capping off the early Pick 5 wager. We'll get a look at the Will Pays in all of the early multi-leg wagers coming up on screen. Some nice returns coming back. Good luck if you're still alive in any of those wagers. A reminder, Jason Ryan to drive number 5, Scarlet Dragon. The 8 diamonds are Twine, goes from blinkers to race in an open bridle. And we'd like to take a moment to send congratulations out to the Iron Horse, Southwind Amazon. Once again found the winner's circle tonight at Northfield Park in Cleveland, Ohio. Career win number 139. An incredible accomplishment for the veteran son of Cam Luck, of course the namesake of our signature race here, and a former competitor in the Cam Luck Classic a few years back. Still going strong, and the winningest horse in modern times in the sport of harness racing. 139 wins and counting, and that came earlier tonight at Northfield Park, and he was honored with a bit of a trackside presentation afterwards, and still adding to those impressive win totals. So again, congratulations to the connections of the great warrior, Southwind Amazon. Stepping onto the track are the starters in race number 5. Filly and Mare claiming pacers. Number 1, Sunshine and Rain, owned by Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. Nat Day in the driver's seat. Leaving with a Smile, number 2. Cam McQueen owns and trains. Travis Henry at the bike. Smells Like Teen Spirit, 3. Daniel Lawson, the owner, the driver, Lauren House. For Azukar Pipe Dream, Tom Ham, the owner, the driver, Sam Filion. Number 5, Scarlet Dragon, Jason Ryan picking up the drive for Brianna Eckenstein. Don't Test Me, 6. Janet O'Brien owns. Garrett Rooney in the bike. Number 7, Play Like Carrera. Rob Doyle doing the driving for Darian Ham. And 8, Diamonds Are Twine. Gary McDonald owns, and it's Paul McKenzie in the driver's seat. That's your field of 8 here. Trifecta Exacta, Super High 5 wagering available. And we wrap up the early pick 5 wager here in race number 5. Heavily favored to do so at 4-5 Scarlet Dragon. We'll talk about that in a moment, Rob, but we should recognize the Iron Horse, Southwind Amazon, again getting it done tonight at Northfield Park. Career win 139 for him. Simply amazing. Wow. Do you think we'll ever see? Do you ever see another horse that could threaten that record? And I guess racing at the level he's raced at.
I don't think. I mean, we always say no, but then another one comes along, right? But I think it's gonna be a long time before we see one like Southwind Amazon, because you're right. Like, how does a horse just kind of maintain that, throughout his career? I mean, that many career victories. I wish I could do something that many times in my life, Greg. You said still doing it at this age. You have to certainly respect his resume, and the hard way too, right? I mean,
exactly.
He's a horse that kind of always battled it out, top conditions, preferred types, open types. Did have a few success a few times in real big money dashes, but he's done it the hard way throughout his career, and it's really remarkable to see any horse find the winner's circle that many times.
Yeah, and the only one that certainly in modern times that you would kind of compare to a Foiled Again. I mean, no one will ever do what Foiled Again did. I think to race right through at 14 and set the all-times earnings record like he did, and at the very, very top level. But Southwind Amazon in his own right, an incredible story. And he hasn't banged heads with the very best in North America his whole career, but at times he's been there, and he certainly has been a top open horse locally in Ohio for a number of years. So, yeah, hats off to him, and he's still going strong. So he'll get to 140 and then some. But let's turn our attention to this race, Rob, and you've got Scarlet Dragon in here at 4-5, and she hasn't quite been in the form that we saw from last year, but maybe a sign last week with a little more late pace on the end of the mile, and not the cleanest trip either.
Yeah, no, I thought that it definitely was a step in the right direction. Not a clean trip. I mean, they all got kind of tangled up. There's a few of them got tangled up near the back, and she was the one that looked the most lively out of those horses that ended up getting tangled up, interfered with. Before first over a long way, Greg, before fading back, that's kind of the trip she's looking for either. I think she's one that usually races cover, off the helmet. And I'm hoping that's what we see tonight from her. I figure she'd get hammered at the window. She is right now at even money, but like I said, you can't find a better spot for this horse. The post draws, and this is a serious, I would say, drop down in competition overall for her. The crowd she faces tonight is softer than what she's faced lately, and I think she does get to the winner's circle tonight, but at a short price.
A combination that has been to the winner's circle a couple of times tonight. Owner trainer Cam McQueen, driver Travis Henry. They've got a good post here with Leaving with a Smile. Is 4-1 kind of an attractive price at this point?
It's enticing because we know the combo's hot, the barn's hot, and this is a horse that does have early foot. Good draw as well. Will likely have a big pace advantage over our big favorite here. So I'd be watching that one behind the gate, and maybe that's when you want to be a bell better with, right? If she's the one to go to.
All right, we'll see what unfolds here as race number 5 now moving behind the starting gate, the anchor leg of the early pick 5 wager. It's a super high 5 opportunity as well. Field of 8 moving in, lining up. Sunshine and Rain with Leavin' With a Smile. Smells Like Teen Spirit. As You Car Pipe Dream. Scarlet Dragon. Don't Test Me. Play Like Carrera. And from the back tier, Diamonds or Twine. They're at the top of the stretch. Field approaching the start. And they're off, jetting out from post 4. That's As You Car Pipe Dream with her usual early speed straight to the front. Coming away in good order second, Leavin' With a Smile. Up into the top 3 as they round the turn. Smells Like Teen Spirit. And emerging fourth, Sunshine and Rain as they straighten up toward the quarter. A mid-pack fifth early for Diamonds or Twine. And then racing third from last, Scarlet Dragon. Break of 2 more to find Don't Test Me. And Play Like Carrera. Can see them all from an 8th position. That one a dozen lengths off of the lead. 28 and 3, quick opening quarter. Compliments of the front striding As You Car Pipe Dream. Trying to tap the brakes here in the second quarter. Working out the perfect pocket trip. That's Leavin' With a Smile. Smells Like Teen Spirit. Up close in third. The backfield now gets activated. There goes Scarlet Dragon on to take over fourth. Fifth and electing to stay in, Sunshine and Rain. Down toward the inside comes Diamonds or Twine. Second from last and moving wide. Don't Test Me. And at the inside, Play Like Carrera now moving through as they pass the half in 59 and 1. Entering the backstretch, second and final time. They're chasing As You Car Pipe Dream. Trying to let it out a notch here in the third quarter. Right there in second spot, Leavin' With a Smile. Still advancing out there in third. And getting closer is Scarlet Dragon. 3 quarters, 129 and 1. As You Car Pipe Dream on top, but that lead is suddenly evaporating. Scarlet Dragon right up alongside now with an 1/8 of a mile to go and is taking it to the leader as they turn for home. As You Car Pipe Dream trying to respond to that heavy challenge from Scarlet Dragon. Scarlet Dragon now getting the upper hand late. Scarlet Dragon ahead in front. As You Car Pipe Dream fighting back on. Here's the finish. That's close. Might have been Scarlet Dragon. As You Car Pipe Dream battled back into the win photo, and on rushing late was Play Like Carrera. 2 minutes and 4/5. Top 4 finishers posted in the win photo. It was Scarlet Dragon finishing first. 5, 4, 7, 2, and 1 in the super high 5. 5, 4, 7, 2, 1 unofficial. And here's the winner returning. It's number 5, Scarlet Dragon. 6-year-old daughter of Better Than Cheddar from the Dragon Again mare, Kay's Dragon Lady. Owned by Brianna Eckenstein of London. Steve Bossens is the winning conditioner. And it's Jason Ryan picking up the driving win tonight. Scarlet Dragon notching her second of the season, career win number 17 as she creeps closer to the $100,000 mark lifetime. Stops the clock in 2 minutes and 4/5. Race 5 now official. Scarlet Dragon, popular winner, returning $360. Daily double combination of 5 and 5, $10.80. Your 20-cent pick 3, $3.50. 5-4 exacta paid $7.60. Dollar trifecta $19.45. And the dollar superfecta $237.75. Pick 4 for $1, $69.10, and your 20-cent pick 5 combination worth $117.05. Coming up, race 6. We're back on the trot. Field of 6 to go postward. Number 3, Kilmartin Commander, make the driver Rob Doyle. Just 5 minutes until 6th race, post time. There's a look at the complete finish order from back in race 5. Top down if you're marking 5, 4, 6, 2, 1, 8, 3, 7. Race 6 upcoming. Switching back over to the trot. Rob Doyle on the 3, Kilmartin Commander. Field of 6 to go postward next. Just over 2 minutes to post time. And a reminder that the contest jockey Contest will be happening this evening, starting in race number 6, so not much time left. If you want to check it out online, sign up for free to play along. Popular contest jockey, started it this year, and last week entries swelling to more than 400, a record number of entries for contest jockey, growing in popularity each and every week. Great free online contest. You can play along as you're watching and wagering on the races here this evening. There's how you do so. Visit contestjockey.com. And again, not much time left. It starts in this upcoming 6th race. Now on track, parading are the starters in race number 6, leading off the parade. Number 2, Scoden. Jeff O'Brien in the driver's seat for James Hasty and Ruth Moore. 3's Kilmartin Commander. Betty McKinnon owns. Rob Doyle does the driving. 4 is Dealing Double. Daryl Thiessen in the bike for Mark McCormick. There's 6 Lulu's King, Andy Moore in the bike for William Moore. Next out will be the 5. That's Danish Brew, owned by Blair Burgess and David Anderson and Sterling Fisher. Sam Fillion drives. The last one will be JD Beauty, the number 1, Yannick Marquis, Nicole Gagnon, And Joni Paquette, chair ownership. Travis Henry will steer. And that is your field of 6 for race number 6. Exacta Try Superfecta Wagering all offered up here. And a little bit of a break in between the multi-leg wagers here, Rob. So kind of a different look, a shorter field of 6. We're on the trot here. So from a handicapping perspective, what's your approach in a race like this in the middle of a program like this tonight?
Well, just, I mean, if you like one, obviously you'll play a win ticket at the right price. But, I usually like to focus on exotics, Greg. I play the lot of trifectas and superfecta wagers. And in a race like this, I look for one that, I think might continue to be on the improve. And it's the one we see on the screen right now, the 5 Danish Brew. The price isn't right now at 4 to 5. I mean, certainly odds on a horse that made a break in stride last time that she raced here November the 19th, and she did so at a fairly short price, second choice to the betting at 8 to 5. But since then, a big win over at Flamborough Downs and Nominators of 1. And then, a well-beaten third to Mass Action, but nonetheless, another on-the-board finish December 7th over that oval. Both times, Blair Burgess has been aboard for those last 2, and both of this horse's victories came with trainer Blair Burgess aboard. So you get St. Fillion back at the lines, and I like the pre-race appearance, but the price a little too short right now at even money.
Yeah, and you get the impression, a guy like Blair, a veteran, he doesn't drive that much anymore, but a horse like this that made the miscue here 3 back, Sam was driving on that night, so Blair has taken over the last couple, and the horse really looked good, especially the win at Flamborough from post 7, and then last time against a tougher group, really held his own quite well again. So Sam Fillion back on board, and as you mentioned, one of the up-and-coming young driving talents that's really kind of been breaking out here this fall. Saw a bit of him last season, but he's taken a real step forward here, I think, this year. But Travis Henry, you've talked about him, and big part of his success this fall here has been teaming up with trainer Gerard Demers. The barn's been red hot, sending out a lot of starters. They're all quite competitive, and JD Beauty, just a victim, I guess, of a tough start last time out, and wasn't in close enough position to win. That shouldn't be the story here tonight in this short field.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, right now too, you could say that she's the value at 7 to 5. Now that might switch come post time, right? We might see odds flip and prices go other directions. But JD Beauty's been a consistent type. I mean, look what she's done here at the Raceway in her last 7 starts. I mean, she's got 6 on the board finishes. Last time out, like you said, a long way to come. So finishes. I have an eagle. I mean, I would probably take a short price on that one. That'd be great back against this group. So I always look at the competition face when they get beat by 5 lengths, like you did last time, and I think it's certainly stacked well against this group. So you could say maybe she's the more consistent one, and maybe the more sure-footed one of the 2 favorites right now. But again, if the odds stay where they're at right now, 4 to 5 and 9 to 5, I would stick with the 5 Danish Brew on top. But obviously keep a close eye on her going to the gate, because she made the miscue pretty early last time.
And you talked about the trip style here, or the racing style here, just prior to the last race. We talked about the fact that horses can race uncovered a long way here and stay in the race, and we saw that firsthand with Scarlet Dragon. A horse that was good enough to do that, but came from a long way back uncovered and able to go on and win.
Yeah, no, it was a nice grinding victory, right? I mean, we thought she was the class of the group. She proved it. But it is a testament, again, to this racing surface, and showing that you can kind of race from anywhere, especially if you got the horsepower to stay and take a lot of air on the outside. So we'll see how this one plays out, Greg. But again, Danish Brew right now at 9 to 5. That's the one I'm going to stick with.
All right, the public trying to decide between JD Beauty and Danish Brew. And right now it is JD Beauty, 4 to 5 favorite on the board. Field of 6 trotters taking up their position. Last chance to wager. It is JD Beauty with Scoden, Kilmartin Commander, Dealan Double, Danish Brew, and Lulu's King. They're at the top of the stretch. Starting gate picks up speed. Here they come. And a breaker before the start. Number 4, Dealin' Double, jumped it off. Good beginning out in post 5 for Danish Brew. Danish Brew hustled up and will grab control of the racetrack through that first turn. Coming away second, Kilmartin Commander. And showing up in the top 3 is going to be JD Beauty from that post 1 start. And they're already gapped out about 15 lengths front to back here. It's a fired up Danish Brew on the lead and has 5 lengths at the opening quarter in a quick 28-4. That's Kilmartin Commander trying to tighten up the gap in second position. JD Beauty tags along in third. Traveling in fourth, that's Skoden. Skoden just up in front of Lulu's King and a break of 5 to Dealin' Double. Trying to catch the field after that early miscue. They travel up in front of us for the first time and loose on the lead. That's Danish Brew and Sam Fillion clear by 3. And they trip the beam in 59-3. Getting a bit closer in second now, Kilmartin Commander. JD Beauty continues a patient third. Another length and a half back to Skoden fourth, up in front of Lulu's King and Dealin' Doubles back with the field and 10 off the lead. They're on their way to 3/4 now and getting the green light Danish Brew, and Danish Brew kicks away now to a 5, make it 6-length lead. Kilmartin Commander's all out second, tipped out from third. Here comes JD Beauty. That one's going to try and reel in Danish Brew on the last turn. Looks like it's coming down to these two after 3/4 in 1:30. And it's Danish Brew trying to seal this one out there by 3 diminishing lengths. JD Beauty getting closer, but running out of racetrack. On the lead, that's still Danish Brew. Danish Brew, JD Beauty on the outside, won't get there. It's Danish Brew all the way on the front end, holds on by 2. Finishing second was JD Beauty. Kilmartin Commander third. Close for fourth. Dealin' Double was up against Skoden, 202 and 3. Top 4 finishers posted. Unofficially, it's a 5-1-3-4 top 4 finish order. And here's the winner of race number 6 returning. Number 5, Danish Brew. A 3-year-old bay daughter of Six-Pack from the majestic Sunmare Danish Derby. Owned by Blair Burgess Stable and David Anderson and Sterling Fisher. Blair Burgess Training, Sam Fillion in the driver's seat for the victory. It's the 3rd in 15 this year. That's the 3rd career win, 202 and 3 for the number 5 Danish Brew. Send off at even money. Danish Brew returning $4. 5-1 exactas worth $9.20. The dollar trifecta $8.15. Dollar superfecta $28.55. Race 7 is coming up. It's the start of tonight's late pick 5, $5,000 guaranteed pool. Travis Henry takes over the drive of the 1. Salzgood. It's Jason Ryan on board the 7, Lucky Rascal. And there are 2 claims entered on the number 5, Daylon Midnight. Field of 8 trotters in the start of the late pick 5 coming up next.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Okay. If you want. Here's the top-down finish order from race 6. Top-down, if you're marking, it should read 2, 5, 3, 4, 1, and 6. It's late pick 5 time on this Tuesday evening. A $5,000 guaranteed pool, low 15% takeout wager. And it's a group of trotters to kick things off here. So we'll run through the changes affecting tonight's late pick 5 wager for those just joining us. Here in the upcoming 7th, it's going to be Travis Henry driving the 1. Saul's good. Jason Ryan on the 7. Lucky Rascal. And 2 claims entered on the number 5, Daylon Midnight. Over in the 8th race, driver change on 3, April Duford, make it Rob Doyle. Andy Moore takes over on the 7, Rap Anahui. In the 9th race, Brett McDonald to drive, number 6, Night Terror. Race 10, Garrett Rooney will be on board, number 1, Drew the Dragon, that one with a shoeing change behind from aluminum to steel. In the 11th and final, number 4, Homie Joe with a bridle change from blind to blinkers. Good looking 5-race sequence. All 5 full fields of 8. To tell us more and to give us his ticket idea thoughts, again, here's Robert Reed.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. It is the start of that late pick 5 here. Very popular wager, guaranteed pool, $5,000, low takeout, 15%. And it is a real nice sequence to finish off this Tuesday night card. Races 7 through 11. Might see some prices in there. We've got some logical ones, but hey, you get 1 or 2 of those favorites beat, and it always pays. Let's get a closer look at the way I've mapped out a ticket through this sequence. And we start off in race number 7 with a big favorite, the 1 Saul's Good. And I think you have to have him on your ticket. But he has made miscues of late. This is a real soft spot he's getting down to. Don't like a horse that's had some braking problems starting from the pole position. But Saul's Good certainly has a class edge, I think, over this group. Dale at Midnight, though, last time out, blocked in the stretch at 34-1, was kind of twisting and turning, looking likely that's what's brought on those claims tonight because he finished with a lot of trot. 7-2 right now. I'm using him on the ticket. He'd be a bit of a bust out at that price, especially beating one at odds of 2-5 right now. Race number 8, the 2, 4, and 5 coming fashion has to be on the ticket. Back-to-back victories, done so in dominating fashion as well. But the 4 last shot and the 5 Insanity are a couple of horses that might go forward off the gate tonight. Insanity, I think, definitely goes forward off the gate tonight. And I think they're probably the two that you have to kind of stop, but becoming fashion, really hard to ignore one with that kind of confidence behind. Now, race 9 is where I'm spreading out because I thought that's a real competitive looking $8,000 claimer. It's that winners over group where we see a lot of horses that are right now coming into it on good form or that have wins in the recent past. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. And I know Sugar would tell me, just hit the all button, Rob. You're using 5 of them anyways. Just hit the all button. I'm going 5 deep. And maybe on a couple tickets I will hit the all button because I think it's an evenly matched race. I think post makes it all that more intriguing with one like Baron's Weapon starting from the trailing post. And I think that we might see a price emerge in race number 9. Now, my best bet, race 10, the 8, Favero Sealster. Last time out, got a little bit unlucky the way the trip unfolded. Did punch through late, but did not have any momentum on his side in a race where Military Secret and Jason Tigers had clear sailing on the outside of the racetrack. Thought he raced really well from post 7. He's been a consistent type 22 top 2 finishes in 46 tries this year. Great combination too. Lindsey Kerr and Daryl Thiessen going to single the 8 Favero Sealster in race number 10. And then race 11, the 3 and 6, Azakar Jack the 3 and the 6, Crazy World. Now, Crazy World, I think the morning line, I don't think we get that price at all, 6-1 in that dash because I think he's in with a pretty big chance. But you've got to like Azakar Jack getting back here to the raceway. He's had tremendous success here, in the recent past. Tripled up 3 victories in a row before heading to Flamborough Downs. I think he's probably the one to beat from a good draw there. Also getting major post relief. 8-hole at Flamborough to the 3-hole here at the raceway. But that's the way that I see this late pick 5 sequence. Good luck on your wagers. You want to start mapping them out right now. And we'll come back after the post to take a closer look at race number 7.
Here's the field on Post Parade for race number 7. Group of trotters, number 1, Saul's Good, owned by ECS Racing, LLC. Travis Henry drives. Classy Guy, number 2, has Nat Day in the bike for Kerry Howard. Fox Valley, Ontario, 3. Donnie Rankin in the driver's seat for Randall Fulmer and Philip Catcher. Number 4 is Global News. Garrett Rooney in the bike for Angie Carroll. 5, Daylon Midnight with 2 claims entered, owned by Dave Lemon and Gordon Yo, driven by Lauren House. 6, Playful Elegance. Dennis Duford is the owner. Rob Doyle drives. 7, Lucky Rascal. Jason Ryan picking up the drive for Aaron Swainson Brickman. Rounding out the field, Dusty Lane Wee. Gary McDonald owns, and it's Mike Horner in the driver's seat. That's your field of 8 trotters here in the opening leg of the late pick 5 wager. $5,000 guaranteed pool. One of the popular go-to wagers here at the Raceway. And the pool already up over the $7,500 mark with a couple of minutes of wagering time remaining. Rob, and Saul's Good, obviously with that miscue last time out, leaves just enough question marks in here. And, would it be the type of race where you'd be sort of chomping at the bit to play against the favorite in here in a situation like this? Or do you think he rebounds tonight?
I mean, I think he can rebound. I mean, he's got the back class to do it, Greg. And he's a horse that we've seen have success here at the Raceway. But you're right, swallowing 3 to 5 on a horse that made a break from the trailing post last time. And now he moves right into that spot that's always tricky for a horse that's not sure-footed, that pole position, right? A lot of times, especially trotters that make breaks, they don't like that inside starting spot. Not many do. And, I think you're right. I mean, it leaves a little to be desired at 3 to 5. And it is the type of race where, maybe if you have an inclination that he might not mind his manners tonight, then you might want to go searching and maybe play some real big prices all over the ticket. I went too deep in the first leg of the pick 5 here, using him in the 5, Daylon Midnight. And obviously the latter of those two offers the better value right now at 12 to 1.
And a couple of claims entered, so, he's popular in the claim box, and not as popular at the windows tonight. So because of that, you're getting a nice double-digit price, and what a way that would be to potentially kick off the late pick 5 sequence. Just talk about the sequence in general, Rob. One of the better ones we've seen here in quite some time. It's kind of rare these days when you get 5 full fields consecutively, and it's great to see.
Yeah, it is great to see it. There's a good look at actually Daylon Midnight. He looks sharp on the track too, Greg? And he was locked and blocked in the stretch last time, kind of climbing over top of them. So he should be brave coming into this. But yeah, the sequence is great. You start off with a couple of trotting events, and we know they're classy trotters in the second leg. This is we got some really nice horses that are dropping down here to a softer spot, but it's still a competitive group. And then that swing race in the middle. It's a real competitive claiming event. $8,000 claimers, I always say they're kind of what the B-tracks are built on, right? Those types of races. And it's a race where I think anyone can win it. So it's a real nice sequence. And like you said, the full fields make it all that more intriguing. I think you can kind of thin it out near the end. But, hey, this could be one where you see some nice numbers throughout.
And one horse that I like the body language of here pre-race is number 4, Global News. The combination of Angie Carroll and husband Garrett Rooney here. And this guy trying to regain some of the form that we saw from last season and earlier this year. So I'm going to try and pull a Sugar Doyle here, Rob, and try and pick one out, based on the body language and what we're seeing on track. So we'll see how I do here. I like that balanced look of a horse that looks sharp on the bit, but not hot, if that makes sense. You just want to see them on their toes a little bit.
Absolutely, and I can tell you right now that one like Global News, Sugar would say it right now, because he shows it before the race, usually just during the race.
He's one of those ones that we always look for the body language of. So, hopefully that's a nice pickup here, Greg, because 7-1 on the board right now, and this is a field that's not out of her reach with anything close to her best.
All right, here we go. It is your last chance to move in. Make your wagering selections if you're playing the late pick 5 tonight. And a pool getting ready to move up and over the $10,000 mark here as we get set to go. Field of 8 trotters moving in and lining up there. Saul's Good with Classy Guy, Fox Valley, Ontario, Global News, Daylon Midnight, Playful Elegance, Lucky Rascal, and from the second tier, Dusty Lane Wee. They're at the top of the stretch. Gate swings off the turn, and here they come. And they're off. Saul's Good gets away well from that inside starting spot. Classy Guy. And now hustled up is the claimed horse Daylon Midnight, pointed toward the lead. And Daylon Midnight will cross over in front of Saul's Good as they trot through that first turn. The third one away, Classy Guy, and already pocket pulling. Saul's Good wants nothing but the front end tonight, and he's got it. Saul's Good takes charge midway through the backstretch. Daylon Midnight releases him to the front, now races from the pocket. Classy Guy is traveling in third position. In fourth, that's Dusty Lane Wee, followed fifth by Fox Valley, Ontario. Sixth in the backfield, there goes Global News, followed up by Playful Elegance and Lucky Rascal, the trailer. 29 flat for the quarter time, and it's Saul's Good in complete command here as they trot up to the half-mile pole. Saul's Good and Travis Henry show the way. They're operating on a lead of 1.5 lengths. Traveling second and enjoying that pocket view, Daylon Midnight. Right there third, Classy Guy. Fourth and starting the first overflow, Fox Valley, Ontario. And that's towing up Global News, second over after a 59 3/2 mile. Salzbrook with a 30-3 rating in the second quarter, and Saul's Good leads the field toward 3/4. Tracking all the way in the pocket's been Daylon Midnight. Fox Valley, Ontario, picking up steam in the first over spot, and he's coming quickly in second. And Saul's Good has to find more at the inside and had no response. Right on by Fox Valley, Ontario. Now Global News takes up the chase second, and he's suddenly in a good spot with an 8 to go. Tipped out from third, Daylon Midnight, and the field turns for home. Fox Valley, Ontario cuts the corner on the lead of 1 length. On the outside, closing in late. Here comes Global News, and Global News gets the upper hand. Global News going to get it done over Fox Valley, Ontario. And on rushing, Playful Elegance picked up third. Fourth to Daylon Midnight, 2:02 3/5. Top 4 finishers posted unofficially. It's a 4-3-6-5 top 4 finish order. Here's the 7th race winner returning, number 4, Global News. 5-year-old bay daughter of Archangel from the Cadabra mare Going Global. Owned and trained by Angie Carroll of Iona. Garrett Rooney in the driver's seat for the win. A 7th this season for the mare and her 17th lifetime. 2:02 3, an off the pace winner. Global News in the start of the late pick 5. A 5-2 winner, Global News returning, 7:30. 4-3 exactor combination pays $52.60. Dollar trifecta $142.65. Superfecta for $1, $655.95. There were two claims in that seventh race. The number 5 Daylon Midnight was claimed by La Ferme Tasse Inc., and the new trainer becomes Gerard Demers. Next up, race 8 on the trot for the start of the late pick 4 with a $5,000 guaranteed pool. Rob Doyle will drive 3, April Duford. Andy Moore on the 7, Rap and Hui. Post time, just over 8 minutes away.
Sure. Sounds good. Yep. Perfect.
Here's the rundown from race 7. Complete finish order from the top down should read 7, 5, 2, 1, 4, 3, 6, 8. Coming up, race number 8, it's the opening leg of the late pick 4. $5,000 guaranteed pool. 2 driver changes, Rob Doyle on 3, April Duford, and Andy Moore on the 7, Rap and Hui. Get a full field of 8 here. Full fields in all 4 races in our late pick 4 sequence tonight. To tell us more, once again, Robert Reed Jr.
Thanks, Greg, and a fantastic call by Greg Blanchard. Some of that pick of the parade magic rubbing off a Sugar Doyle to Greg Blanchard made a tremendous call there on your winner at a nice price as well. A good way to kick off that late pick 5 sequence. Global News at $7.30. Greg said, love the body language, and she certainly came to play tonight. And that is a nice little price to kick off that pick 5. If you're still alive, good luck. You're already in line for good payout, beating a heavy favorite. Moving on to race number 8 now. It is the late pick 4 sequence, and it's going to finish off the card from race 8 to 11. And always a low take at a 15%, guaranteed pool $5,000. And I don't stray too far again from my tickets, pick 5 to pick 4, 2, 4, and 5 here. Coming fashion when I've got to have my ticket off a couple of wins. Last shot, I mean, this is a real nice spot for this mare, and I think she's going to like getting back here to the raceway. She was an easy winner last time out over this surface. That was back on November 4th, though. And Insanity, one that's a speedster off the switch. The gift of all three of those was 2, 4, and 5. Spreading out in race 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Using 5 of 8, maybe should hit the all button, but I'm going to narrow it down to those ones. And I do think the winner comes from that group, and I'm hoping it's one of the bigger prices, horses that are in good form. I think some of them will be some value on the board. So happy to spread out there, hoping for a price. Race 10, just the 8, Favero Sealster. I thought last time kind of got held up in traffic before shaking loose and didn't have any momentum. And he's a classy type with 22 lifetime wins, 22 top 2 finishes out of 46 tries this year. Trailing post won't really hurt him too much, and it's got a good combination of Gerald Thiessen and Lindsay Kerr. And the finale, just a 3 and 6, a 3 Azucar Jack. This is one that we saw win 3 in a row here in London not too long ago. 2 starts at Flamborough since then against Tougher. He's going to love getting back here to the raceway. Love his chance to go all the way on the engine. The 6 Crazy World, though, off a nice win. Now, missed a couple of weeks between starts, but that was a nice victory last time out. Top 2 finish in each of his last 2, 4 of his last 6. Big fan of the horse and think that you've got to respect his chances in that finale. Number 6, Crazy World, in race number 11. Just $6 for a 20-cent ticket for my ticket in this late pick 4 sequence. You got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers. Again, takeout's always a low 15%. Guaranteed pool's $5,000. We'll be back in a few minutes. We'll try to get another pick of the parade from Mr. Greg Blanchard, who's running hot now with a nice price winner in race number 7, number 4, Global News.
Here's the field for tonight's 8th race. Another group of trotters on post parade. Heavy Duty, number 1. Has Sam Fillion driving for Nat Elliott. The 2's Coming Fashion. Triple S Equine. The owner's driver Paul McKenzie. 3 April Duford. Dennis Duford owns. Rob Doyle with the drive. Britt Kennedy owns. Garrett Rooney driving. Number 4 Last Shot. The 5's Insanity. Michael Goldberg is the owner. The driver Jason Ryan. Jeff O'Brien owns, trains, and drives. 6 Pajamas Optional. Seven is Rapanahui. Andy Moore with the drive for Greg Price, Dominic DeSantis, and Tom Jacobs. And the 8 is Esquire. The owner Carl Duguay. The driver Brett McDonald. 8 trotters in the start of the late pick 4. It's a $5,000 guaranteed pool, 15% low takeout wager here. Exacta Try, Superfecta wagering offered up as well. And a good betting board here. Last Shot, looking for her 7th victory of the season. Definitely at a level where she's got to get a lot of support here. And Garrett Rooney trying to come right back here, Rob. And Garrett's got a nice touch, certainly, with the trotters here on this venue. He knows the track well, and I think he's got a big chance to maybe come right back here with Last Shot.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he knows Last Shot very well, obviously. And by the way, great call on Global News, Greg. I know that's no easy chore to go up there and try to do the picks of the parade like Sugar does, but you nailed it. You really did. I mean, she looked great on the track, like you stated, and she showed it in the race as well.
Well, and you've got to be a little bit lucky too. You wouldn't have predicted that the front end would let go in that last quarter like it did off the trip scenario. So, but having said that, Garrett had the mare certainly in the right spot, and she was good enough to capitalize tonight off of that. So I'm going to go out on a high note, I think, Rob. I think I'm going to just going to call it for tonight right there, not push my luck. Yep. With the picks in the parade. I'm not going to get too cocky here. We went out on a high note tonight, so let's go that way. Having said that, if you like Last Shot, what I will say is just watching her, again, from a body language perspective, I think she looks excellent out there. So I think if you're sometimes when you see a horse that you like on paper, you might see something you don't like in their body language that might leave you thinking, maybe we should try another horse or two in this multi-leg sequence. But if you like Last Shot, I like what I see there. I don't know about you.
Oh, I agree with you. And she's another one that the Sugar and I would constantly comment on and say that she shows it before the race. And usually she's at her best, Greg, when she's not too fired up, kind of relaxed, but looking, pretty sharp. And that's what she looks like right now. I've seen her sometimes go out there and maybe, be a little bit, grabby on the track before a race. And she looks just kind of what you want to see from a horse, relaxed but lively. And she was certainly moving her ears around, listening to everything Garrett had to say to her as well. And she's taking the support rate out 7-5. I actually thought the 5 Insanity looked really good as well on the track. And he's a real speedster, so you want to see him kind of keyed up before a race. And he's one that, when he wants the front, typically he gets it. And I think this looks like the right spot for him to blast off the switch. And I think he's one that can be tough to catch, but he does get a little bit soft on the end of his miles.
And, in a lot of barns here that have had a lot of success this year, too. You look at toward the inside of the gate, Nat Elliott and Heavy Duty. She's done such a great job with that horse, so consistent with his early speed. He's going to be a factor. Pam Forgy batting .346 on the training side. You've got Coming Fashion coming in red hot, having won 2 in a row. And Ben Hollingsworth, starting to see his barn really heat up as well, both here and elsewhere at Mohawk Park and Insanity. Definitely a good fit. So I guess what I'm saying in a roundabout way is that this is a very competitive field, a very enticing way, I think, to start that late pick 4.
It really is. Yeah, it's a deep field. I mean, this is, I always say the top condition class plays out like a junior preferred here, and it's tonight's no exception, right? You've got a horse like Insanity coming out of the preferred ranks of Flamborough Downs, and you've got one like Heavy Duty on the rail, who, I mean, he's the type that if he ever decides to take no prisoners, he can certainly do that from that spot, or he can also plug in for a 2-hole trip, which he's had success from in the past. And how do you overlook the Two Coming Fashion? I'll be honest, I was very curious to see how the betting public would treat him in here. I mean, he's off 2 wins in a row. Both of them were very impressive. Open length scores, and you're getting 10-1 on him right now. Paul McKenzie won with him 2 starts ago. I'd say from a value perspective, almost worth just a flyer here to take a shot on the Two Coming Fashion and hope he can kind of keep on rolling.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces, some fan favorites in action here on the trotting side. Great way to start off the late pick 4. Your last chance to make your wagering selections as the starting gate gets underway. It's Heavy Duty with Coming Fashion, April Duford, then Last Shot, Insanity, Pajamas Optional, Rap and a Hooey outside post 7. And from the trailing post 8, Esquire, field of trotters for the 8th race, top of the stretch. Starting gate into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. Insanity chased off the wings of the gates, going to cross over in front of the field. Heavy Duty pushing through along the inside, and a good start from the outside of the gate from Rap and a Hooey. He's going to try and wedge into that 3-hole position and does get into line up in front of Coming Fashion. Settled away in a mid-pack 5th, that's Last Shot. And then it's further back to find April Duford, just up in front of Esquire, and at the back of the field, that's Pajamas Optional. They stride past the opening quarter, chasing Insanity through a 29-1 front panel. Pocket sitting in second is Heavy Duty. He's going to track that leader over to 3/8. Then it's a break of a couple of lengths to Rap and a Hooey, traveling in 3rd. Coming Fashion stays in from 4th. So it's Last Shot going to brave it first up and goes on the offensive here in the second quarter. Is 5th and on the move. Following in that second over position is Esquire. Down on the inside and 7th now is April Duford. The trailer brought wide. Pajamas Optional. They travel the lower turn after a half and 59-2. Insanity loose on the lead. Stretches the margin to 3 lengths now. Heavy Duty trying to chip away at that lead in second. Last Shot continues to advance. Now up to 3rd, but still 2.5 off the leader. Insanity says, catch me if you can. And he takes them by 3/4, 129-1. Insanity still out there by 2. Last Shot comes on to take over second. Heavy Duty trying to hang in 3rd. Rap and a Hooey is 4th. 1/8 of a mile to go. Insanity the one to catch. Last Shot now up to the wheel, trying to make up that final 1.5 lengths. Insanity, Last Shot, Heavy Duty coming back on. Insanity almost home. Insanity's gonna hold on. Insanity narrowly over Last Shot. Close for 3rd. Coming Fashion up against Heavy Duty. 2 minutes and 1/5. Top 4 finishers posted unofficially. It's a 5-4, 1-2 top 4 finish order. And here's the winner of the 8th race, returning number 5, Insanity. Insanity is a 6-year-old gelded son of muscle mass from the Angus Hall mare Appleby Hall, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto. Ben Hollingsworth winning trainer, Jason Ryan with his 2nd driving win of the night. 6th win and 36 trips postward this year, 21st lifetime for Insanity. 2 minutes and 1/5 all the way on the front end in the start of the late pick 4. Pays $8.10 for the win. 5-4 exactor worth $20.40. 5-4-1 try pays $30.15, and the superfecta at $74.55. Up next, race number 9. Claiming pacers in the 9th race, Brett McDonald to drive number 6, Night Terror. Full field of 8 coming up next with 8 minutes on the clock. Here's a look at the complete finish order in race number 8. Top down, 3, 4, 6, 2, 1, 8, 5, 7. Just over 5 minutes away from the upcoming 9th race. It will start the late pick 3 sequence tonight. Reminder, Brett McDonald driving. Your current favorite, number 6, Night Terror. Reminding you that we're back in action here at the Raceway this Friday night with a 5:50 post time. Entering the busy portion of the holiday race season here at the Raceway. Want to remind you we're racing every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday at 5:50. And a very busy holiday schedule with racing, of course, on Boxing Day, December 26th. Again this year, the annual matinee program. On December 26th, Boxing Day, 12:50 start time that day. Featuring the popular Boxing Day brunch at the Top of the Fair restaurant. You can find out details and make your reservations. Along with New Year's Eve, live racing that evening at 6:30 as well, as you take a look there at the complete holiday racing schedule. 6:30 the start time New Year's Eve. And the Top of the Fair reservations are getting booked up quickly. So to find out more about the Boxing Day brunch, the New Year's Eve buffet dinner, or any Friday night option at Top of the Fair, visit topofthefair.ca. Don't forget as well, we're back in action New Year's Day, January the 1st. First day of the new year. We'll be adding Wednesdays to our weekly schedule, 5:50 start time on January 1st as well. Want to remind you as we look ahead into the new year, early on in the new year, Monday, January the 6th, there will be no live racing here that evening. So keep that in mind. No live racing here on a Monday, January the 6th, as we move into the new year schedule for 2025. But there's a look at our complete holiday schedule, also available at our website, theracewaywfd.com. Don't forget that our Trifecta Tuesday promotion will continue as well throughout the balance of the 2024-25 season. The third Tuesday of the month is Trifecta Tuesday, and the next event coming up on January 21st. One of the best values in the city. Your ticket includes a buffet dinner at the Top of the Fair restaurant. You get a Raceway betting voucher, free play voucher from Gateway Casinos as well. Seniors discount is applicable. The always popular Trifecta Tuesday, third Tuesday of each month. There's a look at the complete schedule, the next event coming up on January 21st. Here's the field for the 9th race. Number 1 is Toretto. Scott Ray in the driver's seat for Jack Ray. Beck Jr. number 2, Nick Stewart driving for Larry Curry. 3 is Livin' Large. George Robinson, the owner, the driver Garrett Rudy. Number 4 is Odds On Kickoff, owned by Tanya Lawson, driven by Lorne House. 5 Better Than Cash, Daryl Thiessen, doing the driving for Gary Bickford. Nicholas Susi is the owner of 6 Night Terror, driven by Brett McDonald. 7 is So Strange. Keith Cullen owns. Nat Day drives. And the 8 is a Baron's Weapon, owned by Daniel Mead and driven by Rob Doyle. That's your field of 8 for the 9th race, which does start the late pick 3. Exacta Tri, Superfecta wagering offered up here as well. So we're getting into the home stretch of the Tuesday night program, Robert, and pretty good start if those playing the pick 5 are still alive tonight. Not huge price winners, but something other than the favorite. So, gets you off on the right foot for a potential nice pay here. And it's been a pretty entertaining card so far, as we talked about off the top. Getting a chance to play under kind of ideal winter weather conditions tonight's been a bit of a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's been a great card. Like you said, weather's been fantastic. And about this late sequence, Greg, of the late pick 5, you said it exactly. You beat 2 favorites. I always notice that's kind of the combination, right? When you beat 2 hefty favorites, you typically see big payouts. We still got 3 legs left. Even if it chalks out, we're going to see nice numbers on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And, a nice pool as well, almost 15,000 into the late pick 5 sequence here tonight as well. And I tell you what I'm enjoying, Rob, is looking out my booth tonight and seeing some green grass again in the infield. It's been a while.
Yeah. No, for you guys especially. I mean, listen, we haven't had much up here in Newmarket, but my thoughts were with you guys on the snow you were getting. And I know Sugar was saying he was shoveling and it was coming down 2 times quicker than he could shovel. So I'm happy to see you guys get a big reprieve from the snow.
And we're so lucky we got one of the best track crews in the business. And, it's good to see from that perspective. It's not ideal when you're trying to maintain a track, when you've had the ups and downs in terms of temperature and ice and snow and rain and then mild temperatures again. But, it's been so far so good, and again, every chance I get, I certainly have to thank our track crew, because they put in a lot of long hours to make sure this track is good to go. So a day like today is great for them. It's a bit of a break, and it's nice to be able to just focus on the program, not have to worry about those winter elements. And it's nice for the handicappers, right? Because you can play the races kind of with confidence. You can look at the program and they'll race pretty much true to form.
Yeah, absolutely. Ideal conditions are what you're always looking for. Again, like I said, I mean, you sometimes get those big payouts and those and the sloppy going and stuff like that. But for me, I always want a fast track. I want to see it be, like you said, that level playing field. And I think this is one heck of a race we've got here, Greg. Those $8,000 claimers and a real competitive-looking group top to bottom.
And a fun time of year. We're getting excited. Obviously, the holidays, upon us, and everybody, especially horse players, you're looking for maybe that big hit, right? Help you with the Christmas shopping. You can always use a little hand with that, right?
Score. Yeah, no, Megan, my wife Megan, always looks forward to those every year, right? It usually gets taken away pretty quick and goes towards the Christmas presents, but hey, I'm always happy to do it.
So when you say she looks forward to it, she kind of counts on it.
Usually, yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's like, hey, when's that?
That's confidence.
Score for Christmas coming?
That is confidence.
Yeah, she does.
But I mean, I get a lot of questions about it when we get this deep, right? It's December 17th now, Rob. Let's go.
Yeah.
So we'll cook something up here soon.
Yeah, and a great betting board here, Rob. Some final thoughts. Night Terror was taking the early money, now drifting up to 2-1. So real sort of a shift and an evening of the odds board here. Only a couple of real long shots. Public having a hard time picking out a clear-cut favorite. I kind of like Barron's Weapon, and I don't think the trailing post hurts him that much because generally he's closing from off the pace, so he's kind of at the mercy of what happens up in front of him, and if there's some speed to chase here, I would watch for him late.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree that the trailing post doesn't really hurt him too much. The 5 better than cash, slick steer from Daryl Thiessen in that driver's challenge to be second. I thought he had a lot of pace, though. He's been in good form, looked really good on the track, 6-1 on the board. And friend of the program, Sammy Uprichard, he messaged me to say his best bet of the night, the 1, Toretto here. He thinks that one can leave out, sit a good trip, or maybe even run away with it on the engine.
And you know what? That one has shown good tactical speed. And one of these nights, I think he's gonna maybe go a little longer on the lead than we expect. So could tonight be the night? We'll find out. They're moving in and lining up for the 9th. Your last chance to wager. Full field of 8. It's Toretto with Beck Jr. Living Large. Odds on kickoff. Better than cash. Night Terror. So Strange. And from the trailing post, Barron's Weapon. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off. Down the middle, showing speed. Odds on kickoff, but fastest away, Night Terror pushing toward the lead. Also into that early mix as they round the turn, Better than cash. But it is Night Terror coming away with the lead over odds on kickoff. Better than cash came away third. Toretto shows up in the top 4. Backing off into 5th is a Livin' Large. Then it's 2 more to find So Strange. Another break of 2 to Barron's Weapon. And trailing after a sluggish start, that's Beck Jr. Field of 8 in single file alignment, racing over to 3/8. The opening quarter went in 28 and 3. And they're following Night Terror, who leads them off the turn. Odds on kickoff, enjoying the pocket view from second. Better than cash, tracking the top pair from right there third. A close 4th for Toretto. Livin' Large, not far off there in 5th position. And the first to sacrifice is going to be Better than cash with a half mile to go. Half reached in 58 and 3, 30 seconds in that second quarter. They're chasing Night Terror over to 5/8. Next stop will be the 3/4 pole. Tracking in second position all the way has been odds on kickoff. Outside third, but not advancing at this point. Better than cash. Moving up on the cover of that one. Livin' Large. Toretto is 5th and along the inside there. Break of 3 to So Strange. Back markers, Barron's Weapon, who's starting to get going from the back of the pack, and Beck Jr. trailing. 3/4, 128 and 2, 29 and 4 in the third quarter for Night Terror, who grabs 3 lengths with an 1/8 of a mile to go. He'll be tough to catch from here. Night Terror steps away from them, down on the inside, and trying to hang in there in the late stages. That is odds on kickoff, but it's all Night Terror. Easy winner on the front end. Livin' Large came on to be second. Finishing third was Better than cash, and maybe Barron's Weapon to round out the superfecta. 158 and 1 for Night Terror in the 9th. Top 4 posted unofficially 6, 3, 5, and 8. 6, 3, 5, 8, your top 4. And the 9th race winner returning is number 6, Night Terror. He's a 4-year-old gelded son of Badlands Hanover from the Dream Away mare Wild Dream. Nicholas Soucy of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, is the owner. Francis Guillemette, the winning trainer. And it's Brett McDonald picking up the driving assignment tonight. Guiding the pacer to his 4th win in 19 this season. 16th career tally. A sharp 158 and 1 victory all the way on the front end for number 6, Night Terror. $6.70 is the win ticket return. 6-3 exactor paid $23.50. Trifecta for $1. 635 the winning numbers, 61.35, and the dollar superfecta worth 187.65. Race 10's coming up next. It's the start of the late double. Garrett Rooney driving number 1, Drew the Dragon, who also gets a shoeing change behind, going from aluminum to steel shoes. Post time, less than 8 minutes away. Here's the field for race number 10. Drew the Dragon, number 1. It's Garrett Rooney with the drive for Gary Bickford. Sean Downey, the owner, Nat Day driving number 2, Military Secret. 3's Papiamento. Michael Stamp, Janet Larcombe share ownership. Nick Stewart with the drive. 4's Come On Barney. Sam Fillion driving for Diane Sylvester. 5's Smack the Knife, Paul McKenzie driving for Chris Kane. 6 Jim's Big Thrill, Cameron Stewart McQueen, Gregory Tuckwell, all share ownership, Travis Henry drives. Shanghai Kai, number 7, Kim McNiven, and Brad Douglas co-owned, Lauren House with the drive. Number 8, Favaro Sealster, Sally Charlton, Ashley Kerr, and Daryl Thiessen, all share ownership. Daryl will do the driving. That's your field of 8 for the 10th race. It starts the late double. Exacta Tri Superfecta wagering offered up as well. They'll be going postward in a couple of minutes from now. And Robert, why not start with the number 8 there, the horse that we're getting a look at on screen, Favaro Sealster. And kind of interesting that Daryl Thiessen, part owner on this guy, and he'd been a real good check getter for the group, and I think a good fit in here. It's been a while between victories, but here's a horse that's won 11 times this year and has been busy with 46 trips postward. So going to be pushing the 50 start mark for the season. So another one of those durable iron horse types here that become fan favorites.
Yeah, and I made him my best bet tonight, Greg, because I'm a big fan of the horse. Obviously, like you said, he races with a lot of frequency. He also picks up a lot of checks, tons of on-the-board finishes. I'm just marveling at 22 top 2 finishes this season from 46 tries. And he's a versatile type, too. He can kind of race from anywhere. I've seen him win from off the pace. He can race off the helmet. He can rough it first over. And I kind of like the trailing post for him. I usually gravitate away from betting horses that draw in the second tier, but I thought last time from post 7 he had a nice gate move, and I think this time around he can work out a nice journey from that trailing post. And obviously part owner Gerald Thiessen knows him very well. So 4-1 right now, more than happy with that number. No, we're gonna need a little bit of luck with the trip from that trailing post, but he's a horse that I think can kind of win from anywhere.
A lot of hard-hitting veterans in the field, too. Robert Papiamento certainly jumps out at you. 10-year-old gelding, 10 wins, enjoying an excellent campaign. He's 47-time career winner and almost 300,000 made, so a classy individual. And the 8-year-old Come On Barney, he's really found his winning ways again this season. What a turnaround, right? Couldn't find the winner's circle all of last year. It's been a far different story this season.
Yeah, I love it when you see horses do stuff like this. I mean, he's been one that we've seen on this circuit for many years, right? And over 32 last year, like you noted, 5 wins this year. He's won 3 of his last 4, and he was actually a real good second. November the 19th, they got placed back to 5th for interference, but only got beat by a slim margin on that occasion. So, he's raced tremendous in each of his last 4, and he's one you've got to respect in here. I love these winners over $8,000 claimer classes. Horses that are typically, all in good form, and in this one here, we get to see a lot of horses that have racked up a lot of victories in their career and some solid earnings as well.
Yeah, I agree, and a lot of them are trying to put the finishing touches on what's been a really good 2024 season. Always amazing, getting back to kind of the record and the flip of the calendar. I've seen it over the years, and it's amazing to see a horse that maybe had a big season, the calendar flips, and then they can't buy a win, or the other way around like we've seen with Come On Barney. Just one of those interesting kind of phenomenons we see in the sport.
Yeah, it's true. And sometimes they come off a real good season and they start the year off, I guess, facing tougher horses, right? That might also be a reason for it. But it is a sport that kind of has those ups and downs, right? But I always like when you see those
hard, hitting horses that have been around for a long time and been part of a circuit over a long course of time, turn it around and really start to put her together. And like you said, that was Come On Barney this season.
All right, good-looking group here. Good betting board. Military Secret, 6-5 favorite as the gate begins to roll for race 10, start of the late double. It is Drew the Dragon with Military Secret, then Papiamento, Come On Barney, Mac the Knife, Jim's Big Thrill, Shanghai Kai, and from the trailing post 8, Favaro Sealster. 10th race field, top of the stretch. Field approaching the start. And they're off. Way out in post 6, that's Jim's Big Thrill firing toward the lead. Papiamento's in the early mix and stacking them up 3 deep in the first turn. Drew the Dragon still battling for early supremacy in here. Caught widest but moving to the front. Jim's Big Thrill going to clear from Papiamento, who came to the outside but then got rough gated. Papiamento keeps it together though and tries a quarter pole move, so it's an action-packed opening panel here, 28 and 4, and it's Papiamento on the outside trying to clear from Jim's Big Thrill, who's now back to second. Uncovered now and moving up on the outside from third as they make the turn. That's Come On Barney. He's going to keep this front and rolling. Come On Barney and Papiamento going to square off here. Jim's Big Thrill now back to third, moving up on good looking cover fourth, Military Secret, followed out there by Favaro Sealster, shuffled along the inside. Drew the Dragon now back to third from last. Getting underway in the backfield, Shanghai Kai, and Mac the Knife on the inside is trailing. 4 in and 4 out as they travel into the backstretch. The half 58 and 4. And it's been a pressured pace up front. Papiamento, though, still there. Come On Barney, he won't go away. He's starting to dig in now in that first over spot, right up on even terms, and flipping out off his cover, 3 wide. Military Secret, and they're really bunching up here. Favaro Sealster in the rear view mirror. He's going to have a peek out 4 wide as they come to the top of the stretch. 3/4, 129 and 2, and Papiamento's clinging to the lead on the inside. Come On Barney still digging in the center. Down on the inside, Jim's Big Thrill. 5 across finish. Favaro Sealster, widest of all, trying to get there. It is tight. Down on the inside, Jim's Big Thrill was closing in. Favaro Sealster there with a host of others in 2 minutes flat. In the win photo, number 6, Jim's Big Thrill, finishing first. It's a 6-8-4-2. Top 4 finish order. Here's the 10th race winner returning, number 6, Jim's Big Thrill. 6-year-old gelded son of Big Jim from the Shanghai Philmare Shanghai Thrill. Owned by Cam and Stuart McQueen along with Gregory Tuckwell. Cam McQueen training and Travis Henry in the driver's seat for the win. Big night for that combination. That's a triple for McQueen and Henry this evening. This time getting it done at 6-1. with Jim's Big Thrill, 2 minutes flat in the start of the late double. Results official. The prices are up. Jim's Big Thrill returning $14.70. 6-8 exacta combination pays $94.20. 6-8-4 trifecta $174. Superfecta for $1 $337.85. One more to go on the Tuesday program. 11th and final coming up. Super High Five finale. In the 11th race, number 4, Homie Joe, with a bridle change going from a blind bridle to race in blinkers. 10 minutes until post time. Here is the complete finish order from race 10. Top down if you're marking 7, 4, 5, 3, 6, 1, 8, 2. The Tuesday finale is coming up in just over 8 minutes from now. Reminder that 4 Homie Joe goes from a blind bridle to race in blinkers. We'll give you a look at the Will Pays and the multi-leg wager. Some nice returns coming back here. Best of luck if still going. Post parade coming up in a few minutes. A little over 7 minutes to 11th race post time. Stepping onto the track are the horses and drivers for tonight's 11th and final. The number 1, Marshall Zukov, followed by Verinder Gill, Jason Ryan driving. It Takes Two is number 2, Kim McNiven. Brad Douglas share ownership, Lauren House with the drive. As You Car Jack, number 3, Tom Ham and Joseph Carr share ownership, Colin Kelly with the drive. Mark McQuarrie along with Angus McQuarrie and Nicole Pedden, the owners of 4 Homie Joe, Brett McDonald with the drive. Colonel Schneider Jr., the owner of 5 Holly's Treasure, driven by Travis Henry. 6 Crazy World, owned by Kathy Chikeen, driver Garrett Rooney. 7 is Sportsline, Craig Parrott, the owner, the driver's Nat Day. And just making his way to the track now, number 8, Come On Artie, owned by Diane Sylvester, with Sam Filion in the driver's seat. And that is your field for the 11th and final tonight. Exacta, trifecta, and super high 5 wagering all available. Robert Reed, this is the wrap-up leg of both the late pick 4 and late pick 5 wagers. Some nice returns coming back, and we thought that would be the case. A couple of I guess we'd call mild upsets in the first 2 legs of the late pick 5. And, you know, I think a real generous price in hindsight back there in race 10 on a horse that was coming in off of some good efforts recently. And for that, the hot tandem of Cam McQueen and Travis Henry.
Yeah, you know, something we said at the start of the night, right? You had to watch for that combination throughout the card. Cam McQueen, you know, wins the first 2. I certainly kind of put a notch beside each of his horses going forward just because, you know, when barns get hot, not a bad angle just to ride them out. And big gate move, set it up for, a nice little move up the inside in the lane there. Got lucky to get some room, but when he got it, he punched right on through for the victory. But you know what? Take nothing away from Vivero Sealster. I thought he raced tremendous again in defeat. A solid second. He's right back in to go on Friday, too. We said he's an iron horse, Greg. Well, he's coming right back on just a couple days' rest. Yeah, for sure. And, you know, he was put into play and certainly had a chance turning over home, and it was really up for grabs late. And, yeah, when you get a hot driver, you know, they put them into position and they find a way to get to the winner's circle. And that was Travis Henry again there. So, yeah, the big season continues for him, and really ending off 2024 on a high note. He'll be on board Holly's Treasure in here. Certainly, I think you would give this horse a chance in here, and you could go in a lot of different directions here. Who ultimately do you think the horse to beat is in this finale? You know, I ended up going to Azakar Jack just because that form that he showed here, those last 3 wins right here at the Raceway was tremendous. And then he had to face tougher. Those are optional 30 claimers over at Flamborough Downs. But more importantly, the trips weren't really conducive to the way he usually races and how he has success. Last time out, post 8, that's not going to usually work there from Flamborough. He goes right down to the 3-hole today, reunited with Colin Kelly, and I think he's going to go right on down the road. And the form was tremendous here, and I think he can get right back to it. 5-2 on the board, I think, is a fair offering. You know, and he's racing on that regular rotation as well, which I think will only further help his chances.
And you know, I think we maybe saved the best for last year. This is a formful field, high quality group. You know, combined 51 wins between them. So this is the kind of race you like to see to wrap up those multi-legs, and of course with the super high 5 offered up as well.
Yeah, one of my favorite wagers. You know, you can really get some big payouts in those high 5s. You just have to kind of get some prices
somewhere sprinkled in on the ticket. And I think Crazy World right now, 8-1. I mean, I've always been a big fan of this horse. High percentage winner. Yes, this is a tough group, but he was a winner in this class December the 3rd. He's missed a couple of weeks, but he's one that can kind of win from anywhere. 8-1, I think, is pretty fair. And you know, I like the one Marshall Zukov. I think that the transition from where he's racing at Mohawk Park to here is certainly one that can be fruitful. But I thought 6-5. I mean, I thought he would take this kind of support, and I think 6-5 is maybe a little bit too short on him. And he might be one I'd be inclined to, you know, maybe play against or play further down the ticket. The further he goes on the high five, the more it's going to pay.
All right, Rob. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun tonight. When are we going to see you again here?
Tuesday, a week from today, right? Tuesday. We'll be right back on the program with Sugar, and looking forward to it.
All right. We again want to wish Sugar well. Hope to see him back in the booth here this Friday night. Thanks again, Rob, and happy holidays to you. And the gate is rolling for the 11th and final tonight. Good-looking field of 8. Marshall Zukov with It Takes Two. As You Carjack, Homie Joe, Holly's Treasure, then Crazy World. Sportsline outside post 7. And from the trailing spot post 8, Come On Artie. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off end pacing, and As You Carjack is the first to fire. Holly's Treasure with good early speed will be rewarded with a 2-hole position through that first turn. Marshall Zukov came away in the top 3 and floating up out there in 4th position, finding the pylon. Sportsline as they enter the backstretch for time 1. A mid-fact 5th to find It Takes Two. Already underway from the back of the pack. Crazy World up to 6th. 7th, Come On Artie, and trailing the field in 8th, Homie Joe. They arrive at the quarter in a deceptively fast 27-2. As You Carjack rolling along on the front end. Holly's Treasure tripping out in the pocket position. Marshall Zukov will have a decision to make there in 3rd. He's a bit rough gated though. Lost about a length and a half and is now going to be brought to the outside. So Sportsline pushes through up into the top 4. Crazy World's been out a long way but has cover to follow. 3rd over, Come On Artie. Shuffled to the back of the field there is It Takes Two. Trailing on the inside, Homie Joe. Halfway home at a rock-solid 56-2. As You Carjack trying to go right down the road here in the finale. He leads by just over a length. Holly's Treasure 2nd. There goes Sportsline up on the outside 3rd. Out on the back of that one comes It Takes Two. Rolling up by 3/4. And the one to catch on the front end. As You Carjack put up 3/4 in 125-2. And he's got company now. Sportsline on the outside. Wrestles the lead. Sportsline, the one to catch, turning for home. Off his back, here comes It Takes Two. It Takes Two coming after Sportsline, and it's down to these two. It Takes Two, Sportsline battling to the end. Here's the finish. Dead tight on the wire. Maybe It Takes Two. Sportsline tried to fight him off. It's a photo finish in the finale, 155-3.
There you go. Well, hey, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for it. Yeah, Merry Christmas. All right, I'll tug Meg. All right, thank you. You too. Hey, take care. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Top 5 finishers in the Super High 5, 2, 7, 4, 3, 8. Number 2, It Takes Two in the win photo. 2, 7, 4, 3, and 8 unofficially. Your top 5 finish order. And back into the winner's enclosure, 11th race winner, number 2, It Takes Two. 4-year-old gelded son of Art Speak from the Aces and Sevens mare Shelley's, owned by Kim McNiven and Brad Douglas. Scott McNiven, the winning trainer, and Lauren House in the driver's seat for the victory. In the midst of a tremendous 2024 season, It Takes Two with his 12th win of the season and his 21st lifetime. That's a big mile in mid-December, 155-3 for It Takes Two, victorious in the finale. Results official. It Takes Two, the winner, returning $12.50. 2-7 exacta. Paid $161.80. Trifecta, dollar combination $511.80. And we've got a carryover situation in the high five. Carryover more than $8,227 carried over into this Friday night's program. The late double combination returning $155.90. Pick 4 for $1, $1,562.80. 20-cent pick 3 combination $48.55. And race number 11 also capping off tonight's late pick 5 wager, and that return for a 20-cent ticket, $1,241.60. And that will do it for live racing here this evening from the Raceway. We thank you for joining us tonight. And a reminder, we are back in action this Friday evening, 5:50 first race post time. Got the carryover going into that early super high five, more than $8,227. Free past performance programs available at our website, theraceway.wfd.com. Thanking you again for joining us tonight. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and so long from the Raceway at Western Fair District.